Pretty AF by Tyler Walker.
Hey there, Miss Trouble. Ever wondered what happens when family rivalries clash with unexpected attraction?
Caught between duty and temptation.
Oh, the secrets just add to the excitement.
So how can one dive into this tantalizing tale with every steamy scene intact?
Just need to visit tylerwalker.com. YouTube guidelines can't stop us there.
And don't they get a special treat?
Ah, yes. Code SAVE40 can earn our YouTube listeners a generous 40% off.
Like and subscribe for more free audiobooks, and leave a comment to let us know what you think.
This is Tyler Walker's Pretty AF. Chapter 1. Lane. Looking out over downtown Las Vegas, I'm running the usual things around my head when my phone and computer ping simultaneously. My next meeting is about to start. I need to get this over with to purge my brain of everything it's been holding on to, and Deborah is the one I can rely on to deal with this. The office door opens and in she steps, brandishing a laptop under her arm and a mug of tea that fills the room with its familiar aroma of peppermint. Her dark hair is tied back in a low ponytail that swishes as she walks. As always, she is dressed in her trademark black sleeveless shift, accessorized with nothing else but red lipstick. "Afternoon, Deborah." "Hi," she says, settling into the chair opposite me and opening her laptop. "Sorry if I'm a little late, I just needed to take a call." I glance at the clock and smile to myself. 3:01 p.m. "You're fine," I say, knowing how this would be getting to her. Deborah is uber punctual and efficient, so being even 30 seconds late to a meeting isn't something she'd be happy with. That's why she's one of my best. When you run a company, people like her are invaluable, especially when that company is a fashion house and attention to detail is everything. We get straight to business, settling into our usual routine. We know each other well after working together closely for the last 2 years. While she lays out sketches and prepares the documents on her laptop, I brew myself a coffee from my coffee bar. "Can I get you anything?" I ask. "No, I'm good, thanks," she says. I know this, of course, but good manners cost nothing, and she is a valued employee. Also, despite the professional nature of our relationship, we are comfortable in each other's company. "So, what do we think about the new line?" Deborah asks, knowing this will doubtless mean I have some things to see about the business end. My mother is the artist of the family, but I'm the businessman. It can make for a dynamic partnership built on making the most of each other's strengths, but also a difficult one at times. What matters to me are the numbers, and that's not always how she likes to see it. "There are a few things," I say, taking a look at the designs before me. To start, there's an issue with the fabrics for the shirts. We need to look at changing this for the silk. We've got that in bulk. I don't know what my mother was thinking. It cost us enough. "Yes, I did think the same," she says. "I've already been to the warehouse, and they have given me a full inventory." She looks up at me, and I can tell she's wondering if she's overstepped the mark, but I pay it no mind. In fact, I'm glad that she's aware of how I like to do things and can predict what I'm going to say. Because that's what this business is all about. Prediction. We live seasons ahead. Years, even. Also, the buttons need to be changed. They're decorative, so we shouldn't be paying top dollar for those. But you probably already know that, right? I say, almost teasing her. "Well, I'm just here to do my job," she replies, smiling back at me. "And I'm glad of it," I answer, meaning every word. I may be at the top of the chain, but I rely just as hard on those below me as I do on my own business acumen. And make sure we don't use that supplier we used on the last order again. Their products were the height of tackiness. "Sure," she says. "Any preferences?" "We need to be looking for something that not only looks right, but feels right. Get someone to look into that. We don't want to be making a fool of ourselves and looking like Jabali now, do we?" She stifles a laugh, but I notice. "It's true, though," I say, smiling now at my own bluntness. "If I were them, I wouldn't even show my face for at least another 2 seasons. "I know," she says, smiling. "I mean that boho dress they put out last year." "That monstrosity," I blurt out. I'm not sure if their designers were blindfolded when they came up with that one. There's boho, and then there are your grandmother's curtains circa 1963. Deborah almost snorts at my disparaging comment. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. It was the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And those colors, too. We'd never make that kind of mistake, ever. She has a look of pride on her face, despite the fact we're trashing our rival, and I appreciate that. I smile, knowing this is true. Whatever the disagreements my mother and I may have sometimes, they are always cost-related and never about her designs. She may be a lot of things, but a great artist is one of them. 100%. That's why we need to keep our standards high, as well as be mindful of our costs. My mother built this place from scratch. She's the best designer out there, and in every collection we prove it. Every collection, every line, every season, I feel this more and more. Grace Keller Designs started off small but popular. Now we occupy a significant percentage of the market and have one of the best reputations when it comes to our designs. Mom was always skilled, but with the knowledge I gained with my business management degree, we've built something we can be proud of. Not only that, but we did it by ourselves. It's always been just the two of us, and that's made for a very formidable team. This line is going to be so good. We're going to crush them, I say, feeling the force of those words deep inside me. I don't doubt it, she says. Anything else about the new line? No, that's it for now. Anything else comes up, I'll let you know. I park the new line and move on to the next area we need to cover. People next, I say. We've got some shifting around to do, it seems. I need new people in my department. Sonia is due to go on maternity leave soon, and obviously, Ryan is moving on as well. So I've been looking into this, and we have a few options, Deborah informs me, and it doesn't surprise me that she's already one step ahead. I want people who can really throw themselves behind the label, people who understand what we're about and want to be a part of that. This is what I've got so far. So we have Leon, who's been doing okay. I mean, he's a good worker and has potential, has a great eye for design, but he's been late at least 2 days a week so far, and it's not going down well. Tell him to straighten up or he's out, I say. We've got no room for okay, and certainly not for people who can't even get their asses in on time. If she's right about him having a good eye, then I want to keep him. But talent in and of itself isn't enough. Will do. Then there's Kate. To be honest, she's great at what she does. She's very competent and ticks all the right boxes. She stops and looks at me. I sense there's a but. But she rubs some people the wrong way. I'm not sure if that's a confidence thing because she's young and inexperienced, but it's definitely something I've noticed. Great. There's one other person worth mentioning. Good. Give me some good news, please, I say dryly. She's fairly new. Her name's Amani. She's good. I mean, really good. Well, why didn't you mention her first? I ask. I suppose because she's not been here for long. But from what I've seen, she's probably the best person for the job, even though she's the least experienced. Amani. Nice name. I'm just about to ask more about this potential candidate when the door flies open. Darling, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just had to speak to you. Hello, Deborah, my mother says, acknowledging my assistant. Deborah greets her back, a small smile dressing her face. She's quite used to my mother by now and takes her dramatics in her stride. This new line, she says, marching up and down my office. It has to be the best. I lean back in my chair. Isn't that always the way we try to approach every new line? I ask. Yes, but, this one has to be the best. I want everybody talking about it, and more than anything, I need it to show Jabali fashion exactly how superior we are to them. I understand her passion, I really do. We're serious about our fashion house and have always strived to take each line to the next level. But added to that is the intense rivalry we have always had with Jabali. We are working on it, I say, trying not to get caught up in her dramatics, though I feel the same way and want to leave them for dust this next season. Just make sure we are, she replies, her face serious. It's our name that I want on everyone's lips. My name. Grace Keller designs come second to no one, especially them.
Chapter 2. Amani. I moan when I swallow the first bite of my sandwich, having been desperate to eat for the last 2 hours. Once again, I've taken my lunch late, working my ass off the whole morning and well into the afternoon, because I'm here to make an impression. Well, that's not all I'm here for. The break room is almost empty, though there are some coworkers who pop in every now and again to make drinks or collect a snack. Each time they smile at me, sometimes stopping to see how I'm getting along since starting here at Grace Keller Designs. "You're eating late," says Lana, one of the marketing team. "She got you working all the hours?" "No, Karen's great," I say, glad that my stomach has now stopped growling. "I'm just getting to grips with some of the new systems and stuff." "Ah, I see. So how are you getting on then?" she asks, taking some juice from the fridge and pouring it into her cup. "Great," I reply. My stomach turns a little, and I know why, but I try not to show it. Because it's the truth. Ever since setting foot inside, no one has been anything other than super friendly and helpful when it comes to showing me how they do things here. I take another bite of my sandwich, hoping that she'll just leave soon. I don't offer anything further, as I just don't know what to do with their kindness and encouragement. Not because I'm socially awkward, but because they have no idea who I am and why I'm really here. "Well then, I'll leave you to your lunch," she says before taking a sip of her drink. "Better get back to it." "Sure," I say, glad when she's gone so that I can carry on eating and not have to think too hard about the situation I'm now in. That's not easy, though, when I have to be here day in, day out for hours at a time. If they knew that I'm already quite knowledgeable about the fashion business because my mom is one of the biggest designers at their rival, Jabali, then they probably wouldn't be as welcoming as they are. And if they knew that I've been planted here by my stepfather, the CEO at Jabali, then I know that wouldn't be the case. Instead, I'd be dragged through the doors by security and probably be facing some kind of charge for corporate espionage. I can't say I know much about that, but that doesn't mean it hasn't crossed my mind after watching the true crime documentaries. Some days I wonder if I've done the right thing because of the warm way in which I've been welcomed. It sounded okay when my stepdad suggested I come to work here as a spy, but now that I'm here, it's weird. When I thought of who the competitors were, I suppose I didn't see them as real people. Normal people just like me who are just going about their lives. So far, I don't think there's any suspicion about who I am. With a nondescript surname like Thomas, I can get away from any ties to the family connection. Nobody has any idea that I'm actually the daughter of designer Latia Gardner and the stepdaughter of Rashon Gardner, who actually runs the business Jabali. Being hired for a low-level entry position has also helped me fly in under the radar, which at least gives me another layer of cover. I'm here to find out about what they've got going on. I don't want anyone to want to know the same about me. So why has this become so hard? I just never realized that working for a competitor under false pretenses would rupture my conscience in the way that it has started to. Jabali is the little guy in this battle between the designers, and Grace Keller wouldn't hesitate to put us out of business. I'm sure of that. We're a Black-owned business, and we've worked hard in a world that isn't always as accessible to us. It's been tough and still can be. We have to create our own breaks because no one is going to hand them to us. There's little love lost between my mother and Grace Keller, and it's no secret within the industry. The same goes for Rashon and his counterpart here at Grace Keller, Grace's son, Lane. But I can't think too much about that day to day, or it might start to become a bit too overwhelming, and I've got enough to deal with. "Hey, Amani, isn't it?" says a young guy as he enters the break room, heading for the coffee machine. "Yes," I reply, but I can't remember his name. "Leon," he reminds me. obviously seeing the blank look I must have on my face as I search to try and remember it. He presses the button twice, getting 2 shots of espresso. "Need a pick-me-up?" he explains. "Busy day?" I ask, trying not to act like a complete loner. He grins. "Busy night," he says, but don't say anything. I place my fingers on my lips. Not a word. I know what it's like to keep secrets around here. I take a deep breath, feeling bad about what all this is doing to me. He seems like a nice guy. All of them do. I feel like such a liar every time I speak to one of them. Like I'm pulling the wool over their eyes in a way that may have an effect on them personally if this company is affected by whatever comes of the real work I'm here to do. It's making it hard to even look them in the eyes, but at the same time, I have to not draw any negative attention to myself. Doing this is bad enough. The least I can do is make sure I get the job done quickly and get out of here. As I finish up my lunch, I wonder how long I'll actually be able to stick this out for. I want to do what my family has asked of me, but maybe I'm not up to it after all. Not if it means trying to play a part that just isn't me. I decide to cut my break short, because sitting here dwelling on this isn't going to help anyone, especially me. It's best if I just get back to work and keep my mind occupied. At least then, I don't have to listen to the constant voice in my ear that is telling me not to do this, while another voice tells me the opposite. I'm only back at my desk for a few minutes when my supervisor approaches me and asks if she can have a word. "Sure," I reply, my nerves starting to pick at me. I get up and follow her over to her desk, which is close to the windows, in the large open-plan office. "Take a seat," she says, sitting down and moving some papers out of the way. "Thanks," I reply, gingerly sitting down and wondering what the hell is going on. Surely she wouldn't have found out about me because if that were the case, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be sitting here right now. "So how are you getting on with us?" she asks. "Do you feel you've settled in okay?" "Yes," I reply, trying not to squirm in my seat. "I've really enjoyed working here so far. Everyone has been so helpful and welcoming. God, I want the ground to swallow me up. I can't deal with this stuff anymore." "Good, I'm glad to hear it. We want to make sure all of our staff are happy in their roles, especially the new starters." She smiles at me warmly, making me feel worse than I already do. "So the reason I wanted to speak to you is that, obviously, as your supervisor, I've been keeping an eye on how you've been doing." Oh, hell. Here it comes. "And I have to say, for someone so new, you really are a natural when it comes to this industry. So I just wanted to let you know and tell you to keep up the good work, because I think you could go far." My shoulders stiffen. I know how tightly wound I am right now, and I'm hoping it's not showing given the fact she's actually praising me for how good I've been at my job. "Thanks," I say sheepishly. "Wow, I don't know what to say, but I'm happy you feel that way." "Of course," she says, sitting forward. "It's always exciting to see new talent coming into the industry, especially when they land in your lap like you have here. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do, if that's what you want, of course." Yes. Fashion is in my blood," I reply, my throat clamping shut instinctively so that I don't let anything else out of the bag. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to have taken my little Freudian slip literally. I could kick myself for responding like that. But then what else can I say? Of course, I'm a natural. My mother is one of the best designers out there. Not only that, but she is one of the designers for their toughest competitors. "Well, it certainly seems so," she says. And believe me, it shows. I dare not even say anything else. My throat won't seem to let me anyway, shutting off my voice to keep me safe from making any more foolish mistakes. The most I can manage is stammering one last word. Thanks. What have I gotten myself into?
Chapter 3. Lane. I have a spare hour before my next meeting, so I decide to go down to the main floor to check things out. I like to show my face down there at least once a day if I'm not packed with meetings, just to catch up with management and make sure everything is ticking along just how I like it. Running a tight ship is a large part of what makes this business so successful. As the captain of this one, I like to be involved across all areas just to catch anything that others with a less keen eye than me would miss. Quality is never to be compromised, and at the end of the day, the buck stops with me. When the doors of the elevator open, my phone vibrates in my pocket. I reach in to see who needs my attention now. There's always someone demanding something from me. It just comes with the territory. I'm so distracted that I don't notice the person who is heading straight toward me as I step out while staring at my screen. We come together in an almighty crash, the force of it even jarring to me. Papers scatter and flutter down to the floor, where I'm mortified to see a black woman, a very beautiful one, attempting to gather them, despite being knocked senseless. Her hand shakes slightly, making me feel even more guilty. "Sorry," she's saying as she tries to clear the mess that I've just helped create. She looks up at me, and I stare back in stunned silence. Immediately, I reach for something to say, but find that I'm too focused on her beauty. She's a lot shorter than my 6-foot frame, but perfectly proportioned with a small waist that helps accentuate curvaceous hips and a full bust. Despite how distracting her body is, however, it's her face that has me captivated, with its beautiful oval shape set with huge brown eyes. She doesn't have the stereotypical catwalk model look that I'm so used to seeing in this industry. No, she's unique and beautiful in her own way. Her big, loose curls tumble over her shoulders, the front section pinned up, though loose tendrils now fall across her face with the force of the impact. It makes me feel even worse, knowing that I should have been less distracted and not barging into staff members, especially women. It's me who should be apologizing, I finally say. I wasn't looking where I was going. I hope I haven't hurt you. No, I'm okay, she replies in a small voice, clearly still shocked. She smooths her hands over her dress and takes in a deep breath. I wasn't looking either and rushing as usual. Then she reaches down to try and collect the papers, but I intervene. "Please let me get these," I say. "It's the least I can do." She straightens up and pulls back her beautiful hair, obviously flustered and not knowing quite what to say or do. "Thanks." I pick the papers up for her, handing them over in a neat pile. "Are you sure you're okay?" "That was quite a collision," I ask, trying to remain professional while feeling every bit the idiot. "Honestly, I'm fine. I've had worse. Thanks for helping. I need to get these over to marketing as soon as possible." "No problem. And once again, I'm sorry. I promise to look where I'm going from now on," I say, waving my phone at her. She smiles and turns, rushing away at the same pace that she crashed into me. Who was that? I'm well aware that I shouldn't be staring after my staff, but there's something about her that I just can't shake off. Snatching one last glance, I put my phone back in my pocket and head through to the office floor, which is why I'm here. It's busy, of course, just as I'd expect it to be, especially with the new line coming out. I walk through, taking everything in, even though I'm now completely distracted from that little incident and the woman I've just encountered. "I see you've met our new member of staff," Karen says as I approach her desk. "Sorry," I ask, still a bit dazed. "Our new girl, Amani. You and she just walked right into each other over there." Amani. The name comes back to me, and then I recall it's the one that Deborah gave me earlier in our meeting. So, that's the new hotshot that's turning heads. I didn't think I recognized her, and I'm pretty good with employees. "Ah, Amani," I say pensively. "Deborah mentioned her earlier. Had some great things to say about her. Are they all true?" "Well, I'm not sure what Deborah told you, but if she said she's an absolute natural and one with ability, passion, and work ethic, it's a definite yes. I've told her that today as well." First Deborah, now Karen. Seems like this girl really is one to watch out for. I was curious before, and now even more so. She has talent, and she's hot as hell. "Good to know," I say, making my way back up the office before she has a chance to answer me or talk further. I do my rounds at breakneck speed, not wanting to seem disinterested in what's going on, but with only one thing on my mind. I'm glad to find everything coming along nicely and skip the usual pep talks and chats with staff members, letting them get on with their work without me breathing down their necks as they do it. Now I've only got another 35 minutes until my next meeting, and I don't want to waste any more time. There's something I need to do, and when I'm focused on something like this, nothing can stop me from acting on it. I take the elevator back up to my office because I want to start looking into this woman who seems to have us all interested now. Within minutes, I'm at my desk, pulling up her application and going through it. Her full name is Amani Thomas, and her resume is the usual stuff that doesn't tell me all I want to know. Instead, I turn to the internet and check her out via her socials and anything else I can find. I'm telling myself this is all perfectly normal and logical and has nothing to do with the fact that she almost knocked the breath out of my body when I saw her for the first time. But of course, I know that's not exactly true. The same as most people these days, it's not hard to find out details and personal photos when everyone's lives are uploaded to the internet. Sifting through photos, I admire her face again, glad to have the opportunity to see more of it if I'm honest with myself. There are vacation photos and the usual pictures that make up most of what people post, but my blood runs cold when I see some photos of her with people I know, but wish I didn't. It can't be. There's no getting away from it. She knows the gardeners of Jabali. Did she work for them? It didn't say on her application. The last thing I want is to be sharing employees with the competition. It takes a few more minutes and some trawling through images and news sources, but eventually, I'm at a loss for words. She doesn't share their surname, but it looks more than likely that she's the daughter of Latia Gardner. Leaning back in my chair, I pull my hand through my hair and stare open-mouthed at the ceiling. The daughter of Latia Gardner, which also means the stepdaughter of Rashon Gardner. I almost feel sick thinking about what this is telling me because it can mean only one thing. We've been infiltrated. Son of a bitch. That guy is lower than a snake's belly. Did he honestly think I'm that stupid and wouldn't figure it out somehow? My hands are balled into fists as I think about how much of a fool he's taken me for, and what lengths he'll go to. If it's his plan to sabotage our new line, then he's got another thing coming. Because not only will we beat him at his own game, we'll have the best products out there. A new line, like my mother says, that will be second to none, especially Jabali. The beautiful, talented Amani, who had so captured my interest just a short while ago, now has it for a totally different reason. I throw scenario after scenario around in my head, wondering where I go from here. Though I need to act quickly, this is no time for rushed decisions and actions. I will strike, and when I do, it will be sharp, dangerous, and perfectly well-timed. Rashon Gardner might be lower than a snake's belly, but I'm as venomous as a viper when I need to be. One way or another, I'll turn this around to my advantage. There's more than a little truth in the saying about keeping your friends close, but your enemies closer. And I've got the stepdaughter of my enemy right in my grasp. Now all I have to do is figure out what to do with her. I could fire her, but that seems like such a wasted opportunity. Why make this easy for them when it could be so much more uncomfortable in the long run? Besides, I prefer to play with my prey before I eat it.
Chapter 4. Amani. I barely get out of the elevator when Alice Monroe, Lane Keller's executive secretary, comes up to me with a clipboard in hand and says I've been reassigned. My eyebrows rise enough that Alice feels the need to explain. No, Amani, it's nothing bad at all. It's a good thing, honestly. An upward move. You've impressed everyone at the house so much with your natural talent. You're basically being promoted, and Mr. Keller wants to congratulate you on your success. The woman flashes Abby happy smile and jauntily walks away, turns on her red high heels, looks at me again and calls out, "No, dear, follow me. The boss wants to meet you now. You'll learn that about Mr. Keller. Time is money, and if he voices a desire, It means he pretty much wants it achieved yesterday. Right, Alice. I'm coming. I don't want to keep Mr. Keller waiting. I sigh and start following, but I can read office politics code. A word with the boss rarely equates to something good. I feel like Alice is dangling cheese to get me to the trap. But I paste on a smile and walk on. As we head to the executive floor, I have time to think. Not everything is doom and gloom, girl. I should be happy the boss has a head for quality. It's a feather in my cap, I guess, getting noticed so soon for my work. But my heart is too busy jumping out of my chest to think clearly. Meet the boss? Now? So soon? I was hoping to fly under the radar until I get a true feel of the place and locate its soft underbelly my stepdad can exploit. Oh well, so much for hopes. Lane Keller's office is on the top floor all by itself. Alice takes me through 2 sets of ceiling-high, burled walnut doors to get into his inner sanctum. The carpeting throughout is a thick pile of a rich, delicious apple red hue. Gold-framed oil paintings hang on either side of the solid wood paneling. My imagination isn't helping me much as I walk down the long, windowless hall. I'm fairly sure this is what the passage looks like, heading into hell and Satan's lair. I pinch my wrist to stop imagining. Sometimes I'm my worst enemy. The last set of double doors open. I enter an enormous room, and there at the far end of the office, sitting behind a mammoth walnut desk, is the current fashion house titan, Lane Keller. Sporting a blue serge, made-to-measure suit, Lane sits erect with his back pressing hard against a high-back executive office chair. His arms are outstretched, his hands laying flat on the ink blotter. Lane's position reminds me of a jet fighter ready to take off. The stance doesn't calm my nerves. Lane stares at me like he's never seen a woman before, despite the fact that we ran into each other only a few hours before. His eyes survey me up and down. I swear I can hear his brain cogs spinning. I feel as comfortable as a racehorse displayed on an auction block. Come in, Miss Thomas. So glad to finally make your acquaintance. I'd like to formally welcome you to the House of Keller. I hear the office doors close behind me. I turn around. Alice is nowhere in sight. It's only Lane and me, and one of us is holding their breath. Lane gets up from behind his desk and walks to me with such confidence, taking great strides, his hand ready to shake mine. I pray my right hand isn't clammy. We shake. Lane doesn't make a funny face. I assume my hand is dry. Take a seat over here, won't you? I find desk talks rather stiff, don't you think? We'll be far more comfortable here. Lane waves me over to an oxblood red leather furniture, grouping in the corner of the office, flanked on both sides with floor-to-ceiling windows, which overlook the east end of Fremont Street. Oh, geez, a couch. Please tell me this isn't like some Hollywood casting couch routine. I sit down in as tight a stance as I can muster. I look around me. I'm not sure what the main attraction is, the Fremont Street neon lights or Lane Keller himself. I try to not stare at either. Lane heads to his wet bar and turns around. Club soda with a slice of lime or something stronger. Club soda is fine, thank you. How did he know I like club soda with lime? Lane brings over 2 club sodas. I take mine. I am mesmerized by the condensation droplets running down the glass. What's wrong with you, girl? Snap to it. Focus. Look like you know what you're doing here. I'll get right to it, Amani. I can call you Amani, yes? Yes, of course. Good. I prefer first names, less corporate, yes? I silently nod. I've already set it up with your supervisor, Amani. You're going to be working directly with me. Is he kidding? Oh my God, he's not kidding. Think. How am I supposed to react here? Paste on a smile like this announcement is the best thing since the invention of sliced bread. Oh, Mr. Keller? No, call me Lane. Everyone does. Like I said, First names are far more intimate, makes us all family. And at Grace Keller Designs, family is first. Oh my God. He talks like he's a living Madison Avenue commercial. That's lame. Yes, of course. Lane. But I have to say, I don't think I'm up to the task. As you know, I've only just started with the firm. I should be out with everyone else on the main floor, getting to know the company process, the branding, our mission. I truly appreciate your confidence in me, but Amani, Lane leans over and stares into my eyes like he's about to mine for gold in my pupils. I appreciate your hesitancy. I do. But talent like yours can't wait. What I'm trying to say, Amani, is I'm not asking. I'm telling. You're mine for as long as I require. That's how the needle threads around here. Oh my God. Look at how he's looking at me. Geez, the nerve of this guy. Who does he think he is? Okay. Dumb question, girl. He knows who he is. And unless you want to completely blow your cover with him, a grateful-looking smile and nod will suffice. Yes, of course, Lane. Whatever you see fit. Great. I knew you'd see it my way. Now, I want 3 female business suit sketches done by the end of business today with fabric swatch mock-ups of each design. Off the top of your head, tell me what fabric you'll choose. Think. I believe cotton twill. We are coming into the spring line. No, wrong, linen. I've made an initial sketch myself to give you the vibe I'm after. Your thoughts? Too chaotic? The double-breasted and brass button combo is a bit busy, yes. A bit busy? Lane snorts and rolls his eyes. I sit up straight. Okay, he's trying to push emotional buttons here. I wasn't born yesterday in this biz. I'm pushing back. Yes, I said busy, unless the woman wearing this getup is working from a Carnival Cruise Line ship. Lane belly laughs. Oh, that's a good one. I'll have to remember that at the next shareholders meeting. You're a business suit elitist, I gather? Rather. I raise my nose, ever so slightly in the air. Not enough to be offensive, enough to get my message across. He's not asking me if I'm an elitist. He's asking me if I plan on standing up for myself. I'm fluent in office politics lingo. Okay, on to women's business suit blouses. Cufflinks or pearls? Cufflinks, naturally. Wrong, pearls. Wrong yourself. Women want choices like men. Cufflinks. Their decorative stone can be whatever the woman chooses. You remember free choice, right? It's what men had in the 50s and 60s, and women only dreamt about. Lane huffs, bolts up from his seat, marches over to his wet bar, and pours rye into his soda. I hear him mumbling to himself as he does. I hear my name and curse words. Not a good sign. Okay, girl, that did it? Whatever happened to the boss is always right. Expect a pink slip by the end of the day. What am I going to tell my family? Oh, screw it. No one is talking down to me, especially this blowhard. I don't care if he's hot looking and has the biggest back I've ever seen. Lane comes back and plunks down in the chair furthest from mine. No more cozy on the couch. He sips his drink and stares out the window, completely ignoring me. I sit up with my hands in my lap and flip on a sober expression. Lane, why did you bring me up here if you don't think I know what I'm doing? If you despise my choices, send me back on the floor where you obviously think I belong. Crickets. After the proper amount of seconds, I get up and walk out of the office. I don't bother to close the double doors. I let them bang against the walls. How in the flying feathery hell am I going to put up with him? Well, one thing is for sure. I no longer feel guilty about my spying scheme. What a 4-star jerk. He deserves everything that's coming and more. I march down the hall with the same confident strides as one Lane Keller.
Chapter 5. Lane. What a handful Amani Thomas is. A firebrand, yes. Talented, yes. A mouthy chick, yes. I lock my desk drawers, turn the dial on my sideboard safe, and head for the door, passing Alice's desk without stopping. Alice, I'm out for the rest of the day. Don't call unless there's a real emergency. Yes, Lane. I smile. Doesn't matter how many times I pass Alice's desk. I always feel like we're playing a scene out of a 007 movie where I'm James Bond and she's Moneypenny. I take my private elevator down to street level and settle myself into my car. It doesn't take long to hit traffic. I sit back and gaze out the smoke-tinted windows, watching the traffic go by. My mind wanders elsewhere. Boy, that Amani is a riddle wrapped in an enigma, all right, and a completely infuriating know-it-all. But I can tell she's smart, really smart, annoyingly so. If I'm honest with myself, most of the things she said about my fashion challenge to her are true. The fact I argued with her, and her retorts were right, makes her all the more obnoxious. Finally, I arrive at the back entrance to Inferno. The bouncer sees me drive up and immediately opens the secret member's only door. It's a good thing the bouncer pulled back the ivy over the door. I'm in a foul mood. I'd rip that plant to kingdom come. I walk in. The ambiance is, as it always is, dark and red-hued. It's pretty quiet considering the early hour, but the regulars are there. Good, I can vent. 'Cause damn if I don't need to vent. I take a seat around the center table. A server brings over my drink. He stands there waiting for me to gulp it, then hands me a second. That's the way I roll around here when I first come in. I love Inferno. No explanations needed. What alley cat dragged you and your foul mood in today? Jeff smirks and lazily sips at his own drink. I briefly summarize the situation, stopping to rant occasionally as Bruce and Mitchell join the conversation. When I am finally done, the look on their faces tells me that they aren't nearly as sympathetic as I want them to be. So, you boys think I'm overreacting? What if I'm dead wrong and this chick actually wants to work with Keller? I ponder out loud, considering it for the first time. Am I jumping the gun simply because her stepdad owns Jabali Fashions, our main competitor? You might be. I mean, I don't blame you for having your radar up, but this chick could be on the up and up. And if she is, she's obviously dissatisfied with her family's company and wants to work with yours. If you don't completely alienate her, that'll be a brain drain to Jabali and a boon for Keller, Mitchell points out. Right. I sigh and raise my hand for another drink. If she's not actually sabotaging Keller, and I have no proof she is, I might be going too far with the challenges and coming across as a jerk. I laugh. I mean more than my usual jerky nature, that is. Yes, pal. You're assuming a hell of a lot here with this Amani in terms of her motivation. You know, if you aim high and miss, you could tip your hand with Jabali, no matter her reasons for joining your ship, Jeff says. So your advice? Jeff sighs and sips his drink. If I were you, I'd slow the heck down. Feel her out. Oversee what she's doing, who she's talking to at Keller. If you find she's doing her job and doing it well, then you're home free and it's Keller for the competition win. You're right. I'm jumping too high and risking a miss. Keep control, Lane, says Bruce. We're all members of Inferno because we live by control. You can't control what you don't understand. And my gut says with this chick, you don't know the situation as well as you think you do. I inhale, get up, and head to the bar. Not because I have to, but because I need to walk to think. Barney slides me another rye and soda, this time with a lime slice bobbing around with the ice cubes. Amani is possessing me. I see a slice of lime now, and all I see is Amani flashing me a smarmy look. I walk around the empty dance floor with a drink in my hand. The cold liquid and the walking help me think. It feels weird being in the club at this hour. No DJ, no crowds. Simply easy listening music venting through unseen speakers, the volume on low. No strobe lights, no glitzy girls dancing with their member escorts. I guess I came in with a full head of steam on this one. The guys are right. I need to back the heck off. I need to do what I do best. Observe and keep control. I can't believe I lost my cool on this chick. I can keep an eye on Amani. What she does, says, and to whom, and still not act like an ass. For all I know, Amani can't work for her stepdad. Maybe a difference of opinion. She's opinionated. That much I know. But as for her life story, I'm in the dark. Darkness. I look around the club, and Inferno reminds me of her. I hear the back door open, and of all the members to be here at this time of day, it's Rashawn Gardner. I speak of the Jabali fashion devil, and here he is in 3D Technicolor. He takes a seat in a far-off booth and waves me over. How nice. The perfect ending to a perfect day. Not. Rashawn, I didn't know you visited Inferno this time of day. If I have a bone to pick with you, Lane, and know where to find you, I'd go to hell and back, pal. The server brings 2 fresh drinks. My usual and Rashawn's a gin fizz. What the hell kind of drink is that for a grown man? Another reason I can hate this guy's guts. I sit down across from Ration. Thankfully, our knees don't touch. I want none of his body heat coming anywhere near me. I saw your spring promotional the other day. Are you literally copying Jabali fashions because you know we're the most innovative? Or have you run out of ideas at that 2-bit sewing joint you call home? Now wait a minute, Rashawn. Grace Keller Designs plagiarizes no one ever. And if we're talking innovative, I believe you have it the other way around. Wasn't your fall lineup last year cookie cutters of our line, only with cheaper material and third-rate accessories? I believe it was. And according to your last year's taxes, Jabali was boring on your pocketbook too. Oh, you slimy piece of... Right, slimy. Us. Would you like to see our ROI for last year? You'll find it wasn't slimy as you say at all. Must be tough to be a wannabe fashion house, huh? Rashawn clears his throat. His face glows with anger. So, you're denying you've copied our spring line? Rashawn, I haven't given your lineup one glance. I spend 0 time looking at off-the-rack rags. What was that? I put a hand up to my ear. I see you haven't got your invite yet to Fashion Week. Is it late coming through the mail? Rashawn gulps his drink, stands and looks down on me with devil eyes. If I see my cuts ending up on your lineup, I will take this issue all the way, Keller. You're not too big to fail, chump. Your family dynasty might be strong. But you know what they say about spoiled inheritors. They're the lousy end of the line. Rashawn slams his tumbler down in front of me. Droplets from his drink rocket up and hit me in the face. I jump up. By the time I'm out of my chair, Inferno's secret door slams shut. My fashion nemesis is gone. I come here to vent, to settle down, and now I'm jacked up again. I march to the bar and swipe a cocktail napkin and wipe off the dregs of that man's drink from my face. I see my reflection in the bar mirror. I'm as red-faced as Rudolph's nose. Barney, one more, goddammit! Barney, quick as a wink, slides another Crown and soda my way, with a slice of lime. I pick the lime out of my drink and hurl it at the door. I call out to no one there. Screw you and your daughter, Gardner. I gulp the drink and head out. As I tap my fingers in frustration on the armrest, I only have one thought on my mind. I need to nip this spy game or whatever Amani's got going at Keller in the bud and turf her to the curb. Talent or not.
Chapter 6. Amani. Dad, I'm done. I want rid of Lane Keller in that house. He's insufferable. Amani, no, I won't hear of it. We really need the inside scoop on their movements over there. If we discover their weak spots and their strengths, it would be a huge break for Jabali. You know that. A big break at what cost? I'm about ready to rip my hair out over there. He treats me like I'm a second-class citizen. Right. That's what I'm getting at. Rich guys like Lane have everything handed to them at birth. They've never known hard work and what it takes to raise a fashion house from the ground floor up. The way I see it these days, considering the industry is so dog-eat-dog, there's nothing wrong with getting our hands a little dirty if it levels the playing field. I lower my head. I can't think straight when he looks at me with those pleading eyes. I hate my dad's viewpoint, but I have no retort. I know he's right, How else does the little guy get ahead in this field but to bend the corners a bit? And besides, I'll do excellent work, as I always do. My payback will be gleaning useful information for Jabali. Maybe that'll allow me to shelve the guilt and sleep at night. I raise my head and look my stepdad in the eyes once more. Okay, Dad, I'll stay at Keller. For now. As we planned. But if it gets too hot over there, you'll have to accept I need to get out. Understand? Rashon smiles and nods his head. That's a deal, my beautiful daughter. I'll be here with Annette if you truly have to jump. So, with a heavy heart and more trepidation than explorers heading to the North Pole possess, I grab my portfolio and head into work as the dutiful employee of Grace Keller Designs. As I venture out the door, I pray I won't regret this decision. When I arrive, the place is hopping. It's like that in every house before a seasonal lineup is revealed. I relish the chaos, and I hope it swallows me up so Lane isn't on me every minute of the day. Good morning, Amani. Hope you're ready for a busy day I have planned. There are a lot of loose ends we need tied up in terms of suppliers and design deadlines. I hope you're up for the tasks. I flash a confident smile. Yes, Lane. I'm ready to hit the floor running. Give me your list and I'll start on it right away. I have those business suit designs and material mock-ups ready as well for your perusal. That's fine, Amani. I thought over what you said yesterday, and I'm eager to throw my sketch out and apply yours. Well, thank you, Lane. That means a lot. Huh? Who knew the braggart frog could turn into a polite prince today? Will wonders never cease? Keep on your toes, girl. You never know when the rich kid will turn on you again. See, Alice, she'll give you my list. Lane turns and walks away without another word. His bedside manner is better, but only just. On Lane's umpteenth dumb errand, I bump into one of Keller's veteran seamstresses and decide to vent. I figure if I open up about Keller, she might give me some juicy info in return. Hey, Gladys, how are you working with Lane Keller? Why do you ask? Well, you work so hard at your job. I've seen you on the cutting room floor, and Lane was handed this global enterprise at birth. I doubt he's ever got down and dirty running this house. Inheritance? What do you mean? Keller was a fairly small mom and pop until Lane took it over and made it globally recognized. I stare at her dumbfounded. The words not processing. She nods at my silence and continues. From what Alice has told me, Lane got his MBA to help his designer mother realize her dream of a fashion house. Grace has always been a premier designer. Everyone in the business knows that. But money management? Promotion? It's never been her thing. Lane got this place actually turning a profit, and our house being invited to Fashion Week. Wow, that is an achievement. I never knew their true beginnings. Yes, and Grace and Lane did it all on their own, too. Lane's father abandoned Grace when she was pregnant with Lane, so you can definitely say the mother-son pair got their hands and knees dirty creating this success. I smile weakly and leave the cutting area, feeling quite embarrassed. I put my pen in my mouth, a bad habit I get into when I think. It's the wrong end, and I have to spit out the ink into a tissue. I head to the washroom to make sure I don't look like a blue ink fool. I don't. I stare at myself in the mirror, but my mind is elsewhere. Why did I assume Lane's father was just some rich guy handing over a successful house to his son? That's obviously an error in judgment, according to Gladys. Staring in the mirror, it comes to me my judgment of Lane, the bad feelings I hold, really originate from my parents. The bitterness they hold for the Keller house has bled into me. I have no proof Grace or Lane are devious or bullies in the industry. I simply believed what I was told. I get my act together, finish up the chore list for Lane, and head back to his office to report all his to-dos are done. Amani, have a seat. I have something for you. Lane leans over his desk and hands me a sealed interoffice envelope. This holds all the Keller designs for the spring lineup. Would you be a dear and wait here for Deborah? She's coming to pick them up. Sure, no problem at all. I'll wait. My hand shakes, holding the manila folder. I have Keller's entire lineup in my hands. If my stepdad knew this, he'd jump for joy. All I feel is abject guilt holding the secret treasure. Great. I have to head out on an important errand myself. I'll be back in a few, but not fast enough to meet up with Deborah. Thank you for filling in, Amani. It's great to have you at my side. Lane walks out and leaves me in the chair, all alone, holding the future success or failure of two houses. Keller, which has the goods to succeed. Jabali, which, if it gets the goods, could annihilate Keller. I stare at the envelope in my hand. It feels hot to the touch, but I know that's from my imagination and the guilt I feel. Do I get up, flee Keller, and give the designs to my stepdad, making him the happiest man on earth? Or do I mind my own business, hold my head up high, and sleep at night not being a thief? Stealing is wrong, right? Of course stealing is wrong. I pull out my cell phone from my pocket and place it next to the envelope. Two inanimate objects having the power over my mind. All I have to do is slip the pages out, take a few quick pics, slip them back in, and no one is the wiser. I mean, I could hold on to those pics, never showing them to anyone, like insurance. Isn't that what mobsters do? Oh my God, girl. Now you're comparing yourself to mobsters. My brain is bursting from stress. How can I only be an employee here for mere days and be up against such a monumental decision? It's not fair. Then something snaps inside me. I come to my senses. I blink fast, trying to digest the idea. If they worked hard to start their line from nothing, what right do I have to try to steal their success? My stepfather can say we deserve it because we don't have the same opportunities. But what fantastic opportunities could Grace Keller have possibly had as a single mother? If she gritted her teeth and did it anyway, could I live with success knowing we got it by cheating? My face turns red and my breathing is heavy. I feel like I'm going to pass out, or at least blow a mental gasket here trying to decide what to do. And where is Deborah anyway? I thought Lane said she'd be here soon. Lane will be back before she gets here, or before I have a chance to... To what, Amani? What the heck am I supposed to be doing here? I look behind me at the closed double doors. I get up and put my ear against the wood to listen for sounds. Not even Alice's voice is ringing outside. I walk over to the plate glass windows to see if I see Deborah or Lane coming in from outside. The entryway is empty. I head to Lane's wet bar to pour myself a club soda on ice. My mouth is Mojave Desert dry. I take a few sips, then return to the envelope I put on my chair next to my cell. I stare so severely I think I'll bore holes into both. I could just kick my stepdad for putting me in this jam. My life over at Jabali was going fine until he decided I had to become a mole for the other side. It's not like this is war, and I'm trained for covert missions. I don't even own one of those nifty micro cameras you see in spy thriller movies. At the very least, he could have equipped me right. I pick up the envelope and my cell and sit with them on my lap once more as I guzzle the soda. Condensation droplets purl down my glass and drip onto both the sealed envelope and my cell. It feels like my glass is crying. I know that's what I want to do.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 7. Lane. I'm smiling all the way down the hall and into my private elevator. Smiling because the sealed interoffice envelope is a plant, crafted by yours truly. It holds fake designs for Grace Keller Design's spring lineup. Amani doesn't know this, of course. Hence the smiling. I think I'll go to the company lounge for once and get my own coffee, talk to a few of the employees there, and make nice. That should give Amani lots of time to make her decision. I can't wait to finally have proof that she's here for nefarious reasons so I can kick her to the curb, guilt-free. I walk into the lounge and everyone turns their heads. I can tell by their expressions they're stunned I'm here. Hi, all. No, don't get up. As you were. I needed a walk, so I thought I'd come down here and see what you all have in store for coffees. A straight-laced employee jumps up. Hello, Mr. Keller. May I be of assistance? Sure, what's your name? Jeff Meldrum, sir. Oh, call me Lane, Jeff. Everyone does. Now, on to the coffee choices down here. What have you got for me? Well, Lane, we have a pod coffee maker and this espresso maker over here. Both are good. The pod one has flavored coffees and the espresso, well, it's just espresso. Great. Jeff, do you think you could make me an espresso? I'm not familiar with these machines. Yes, sir. Lane. And I watch with amusement as Jeff goes to it, making me a nice espresso. He hands it to me, and I take it in one gulp. Pretty eye-opening. Jeff, one more for the road would be perfect. Absolutely. I wait, and soon Jeff hands me a second. Thanks, Jeff. Well, I'll say so long for now. Nice to see you all. My employees smile and wave. I feel like I just landed on Mars, but the Martians are friendly. I check my Piaget watch. It's been a healthy 15 minutes. Time enough. As I return with my espresso in hand, I lazily stroll back to my office. No hurry. Give Amani all the rope she needs to hang herself. I'm hoping she takes them back to her stepdad, and they'll both be dumb enough to copy them for their lineup. Those fake designs are the exact opposite to what's en vogue for spring. They make these designs and Jabali fashions will be the laughingstock of the industry. They'll probably never get another invitation to Fashion Week again. Maybe deep down there's a smidgen of guilt for pulling this sting on her. But if a mole infiltrates Keller, whoever it is and from whatever fashion house, what choice do I have? My mother and I didn't work our fingers to the bone to create a respectable fashion house only to see it destroyed by another company, which is third-rate at best. I reach my office doors and wipe the grin off my face. Look chill, Lane. Don't give Amani any reason to make her suspicious. I enter. Amani is sitting there and so is the envelope. Okay, Lane. If you're back now, I'll head back to work. Deborah hasn't shown up yet, as you can see. Your envelope is still here, waiting. There's a lot on today, as you know. Sure, Amani, and thanks for babysitting. I watch her turn on her heels and walk out the door. Her stance, I notice, is confident. Nothing like that of a person who just did something illegal. Once I see Amani is gone from the floor, I put my coffee down and check the envelope. The flap is still sealed. I gave Amani Keller's spring lineup on a proverbial platter, and the chick didn't even take a look. Wow. What is she even doing at Keller, then? She has to know she'll never be handed a better opportunity than the one I gave her right now. She didn't even take the bait. Unreal. Now I'm pissed. I don't enjoy having games pulled on me or my house. This has got to stop and stop right now. Whatever she's playing at, I want to get to the bottom of it. I march to the hall, catching her before she can get too far. Furiously, I call after her. "Amani, my office now." She turns around, looking wide-eyed. I can almost see her thoughts, wondering why she's in trouble if she didn't open the envelope after all. She just bites her lip, meekly following me. We arrive at my office. I try to control my raging temper to at least not slam the door behind me, but it still bangs heavily. Then I sit on one side of my desk, facing her and trying to pull myself together before I say something I'll regret. "I know who you are, Amani Thomas, daughter of Latia Gardner. In other words, my competition. I get the scam you're running, trying to sneak in here to weasel out secrets." Her jaw drops, and her brown skin visibly pales. Her eyes dart away, suddenly concentrating on a spot on the floor. "So the real question is, when I left all of this right at your fingertips..." I pause, holding up the envelope. "Why would you not take it? What are you here for, then? I walked it right into your lap." I exhale, slamming the envelope back down on the desk. She jumps, and I rub my face in frustration. This woman is driving me nuts. I thought Rashan was bad, but maybe his daughter is even worse.
Chapter 8. Amani. He knew all along? My heart is thumping. My throat is dry. I feel like I'm watching it all happen to me, like I'm outside my body watching it play out like a movie. But I am here, face to face with Lane. He's my boss, my rival, my family's fiercest competitor. And he's furious with me. I'm so humiliated. I feel like a little girl caught stealing coins from my mom's purse. What can I possibly say to make this right? "Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Did you think I wouldn't find out?" Lane says. "Did you count on us being stupid?" Even though I bristle at his tone, I still feel like curling up into a ball forever. "No, Lane, I don't think you're stupid at all," I say, just barely above a whisper. "It's my stepfather, Rashan Gardner. I guess you knew that?" "Yeah, it wasn't hard to look into, Amani," he says with an edge to his voice. "It was his idea. He strong-armed me into working here so I could be a corporate spy. But I couldn't do it, Lane. You saw that with your own eyes." "I did, but I still don't understand why not," he says. "Wasn't that the whole point of you getting this job?" Even from day one, I knew I wouldn't be able to. Everyone was so hardworking, so kind, so welcoming. "It's one of the best jobs I've ever had," I tell him. "You know, I'm actually grateful that you did this envelope scheme," I say. "You're grateful? I'd be pissed if someone did that to me." "No, it made sense. I'm grateful that you really got to see that even when I got the chance to betray the company, I wouldn't. Just as importantly, it showed me that I wouldn't too." "But how do I know that you still don't want to, or that you won't in the future?" Could be a way to lull us into a false sense of security. I'm simultaneously angry at the accusation and ashamed of myself for knowing that I single-handedly provoked his mistrust. The honest truth is, it's not who I am. Also, pragmatically, here's the thing. If Jabali's clothes aren't good enough to stand on their own, cheating and stealing won't change that, and we wouldn't want to get tarred as a knockoff factory. Very true. Regardless of anything else, there's a reason for the reputation you have as being so smart and savvy and talented. I've seen it in action too. Don't think I haven't noticed. It feels so good to hear these words from Lane, given his sky-high standards. I'm also more than a little bit elated to hear this super handsome man say that he's been paying special attention to the work I'm doing. I could hear him say nice things about me all day, but I put that to the side. "Thank you, Lane. That really means a lot, more than you know," I say. "I don't know what I can do to regain your trust. I will do everything I can to make it better." Even if you decide I shouldn't work here, our professional relationship is important to me. Your refusal to touch the envelope is a big start for sure. I'm angry at the situation, but I understand it. You do? Yeah. I've been raised under the same brainwashing regime you have. It's almost a religious doctrine in the Keller family to hate Jabali. It's stupid. I know, same here with GKD. Even in my short time here, everyone's treated me so well, like family, ironically. And I lied to everyone. Their weird rivalry is so destructive, and my job here is just one more casualty. What do you mean your job is a casualty, Amani? I think the best thing for everyone is for me to give you my resignation. I'm so sorry. I can pack up my desk right now, Lane. We can forget I ever worked here. No, Amani. You don't need to apologize, and you don't need to quit. In fact, I won't let you. Unless it's for your own reasons. Speaking for myself, I don't want you to leave. I know for Karen that's true tenfold at least. I'd like to stay on if I can, Lane. I've really enjoyed all of the opportunities, and I love the people so much already. But I understand if it's for the best that I leave. The idea of you leaving is not good for anyone, Amani, Lane says. Not for me, not for you, not for the company. This stupid feud. How dare our parents interfere? One more gift from their childishness. I can't believe how nice he's being, especially given everything Mom and Rashon always told me about what a spoiled brat Lane is. And given the fact that I really did violate his trust. He's so kind and forgiving about it. Nothing like my parents said. I know, I've never really gotten it, I say. My mom and stepdad talk so much crap about the GKD, about you, about your mom, all to get me on board. I can't believe I fell for it. Even on my first day, I realized none of it is true. Why the hell do they have to drag their kids into this? I know, it's pretty messed up. When your mom went out on her own, my mom was livid. Jabali just wants to be us so bad, it's pathetic. It's like, Mom, we're a behemoth. Why do you even care? Like, it's not rewarding enough to succeed? You have to take someone else down? That's pathetic. I'm so frustrated with the situation I want to cry, or to punch something. It looks like Lane feels the same, judging by his face. I want him to know how much the bias against the company is a product of my parents, not me. I remember as a teenager, it was like, don't buy Grace Keller designs. They're a bad company. They don't have good practices. I just never questioned it. I trusted them. Same with me. God, one time we were shopping. I told Mom I liked a suit, and I had no idea the mine I stepped on. She freaked out. How can you not tell that the quality is subpar? My son, you've spent your life in this industry. I was like, what? It's a black men's suit. Then I look at the label. Jabali. Even when there's nothing to criticize, they have to invent something. It's just insane to devote so much of your life to so much negativity. Do you know how it even started, Lane? I don't really know. Not really. My mom always kind of brushed it off, saying I should just take her word. Believe me, Lane, Jabali doesn't do things the right way. They cut corners. But, I mean, what does it say about us if we're so threatened? That part never made sense to me either. Who cares? I say. And the truth of the matter is, I've worked for both companies. And at both, it's just talented people trying to make great collections, making great apparel. As we talk about it together, it's all sinking in. Our parents have made us their pawns. Lane's reaction confirms what I subconsciously must have known for years, that our parents are acting like little children instead of professional adults at the top of their field. And even worse, they force that childish behavior onto their actual children. I just feel so duped, I say. I know, I'm so angry. I'm practically shaking, Lane says. He's sweating a little. His cheeks are flushed. He's pacing like a tiger at the zoo waiting for mealtime. How much of our mental bandwidth have they taken up on their vanity and pride? I ask. How much of our time have they wasted when we could have actually been working on something productive? It's just absurd. They make clothes. How could they possibly be evil? We do the exact same thing. And to think I took a whole-ass brand new job just to play James Bond at my stepdad's beck and call, I say. What an idiot I was. The silver lining is that however stupid their grudge is, it did bring you here. Otherwise, how long would we have continued to hate each other for no reason? That's so scary. How much more time would we have wasted? God, do you even know what I put in the envelope? I wasted so much time. And not just me, a whole team. It was so stupid. I had these hideous decoy patterns drawn up, thinking that if you stole them, Jabali would instinctively use them in their collections. He shows me the patterns. Oh my God, Lane, I say. I can't stop laughing. The line is so ugly I don't think even Rashawn would be fooled by it. I know, he says. I know. They're bad. Deborah told the designers that it was a creativity exercise. If we create the polar opposite of our goal, we might be inspired. But really, it was subterfuge. I assumed you would take them. It says a lot about you that you refused. Thanks, Lane. The same goes for you being willing to talk to me and hear me out. You might have just summarily fired me. I don't know what I would have done in your position. I think you would have given me the benefit of the doubt even more. We're both good people. Yeah, we are good people. Just victims of brainwashing. A sustained campaign of misinformation and propaganda for years, Lane says. But you know what? I have an idea. Maybe there's a way to make sure our parents never interfere again. You want to hear? I'm all ears.
Chapter 9. Lane. Okay, this might be crazy, but hear me out. I take a moment to breathe in and collect my thoughts after the talk we just had. Anger, frustration, resentment, among other things. We were just pawns to our parents, and there is only one thing to do about it. This is probably going to sound stupid, but here goes nothing. Your stepdad did this, right? He forced us together, with the intention of taking my family's designs and taking the company down. He tried to make a fool of us, my family and you. She nods, silent. She has a distant look in her eye. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. We could flip the script on him, take his stupid scheme and make it our own by pretending to fall in love. Vision focused on me, she slowly processes the words I just said. Her hand moves over her mouth and her eyes look full of curiosity. So, what we do is we come up with a cover, right? You took this job at his behest and your work is phenomenal, of course, drawing attention. Everyone is blown away, which they are. That's all true. I stand up, pacing as I think out loud. I notice your work and decide that it needs to be highlighted, so we begin working together. Doesn't take long for us to discover we really enjoy each other's company. We start seeing each other outside of work and fall in love. I stop pacing and turn to face her. Imagine it. We go up to him and say something like, I hope you understand. We love who we love. Blah, blah, blah. Really grind their gears. Make your stepdad regret this plot of his. Make both my mom and your parents lay this petty feud aside. Thoughts? Oh, my gosh. Her eyes are huge and her hand is still covering her mouth. Oh God, she thinks I'm insane. That this plan sucks. My face scrunches up in concern. No. I suck a breath in. You don't like it? The silence is deafening. I'm searching her expression but cannot make out what is happening inside her head. Trying to keep my own demeanor calm, I wait for her frozen face to reveal something. It seems like an eternity passes in the 5 minutes it takes for her to respond. No, I do like it. This is a good plan. Her eyes light up. Her hand falls to the side and she shakes her curls over her shoulders. She's wearing the biggest smile. The tension in my body releases as I sigh in relief. Whew. So true love takes the day, and the parents will have to get over themselves and act like adults for a change, I finish. Maybe they can stop bickering long enough to run their damn companies. When we say pretending, what exactly would we do? Just act like a couple in front of people. Sell the story, holding hands, maybe kissing. Nothing too serious. And more intimate physical intimacy. I can see she's embarrassed as the tip of her nose is turning red. Oh, no. Definitely not a requirement. I mean, that is private behavior. It's not like we have to prove it to anyone. Suddenly, my ears are burning as well. A small part of me is a little disappointed because she is absolutely stunning. I can't deny the sheer attraction. Her delicious body definitely drifts in and out of my mind frequently. What about the married part? Oh, not to worry, we don't even have to have the wedding. It would really be just sticking it to your stepdad. Both of our parents, really. It would be the shock factor more than anything. This is actually an awesome plan. We should totally do this, she finally says. Her deep eyes are sparkling with amusement. She seems like she is on board with the idea. A smile runs across my whole face. Now we just need to come up with a plan. Okay, I start. So we have how we met, obviously. How do you want to continue our intrepid love story? I shoot a wink at her. She considers this for a minute. Well, I think the best way to start would be, maybe you walk me to my car one night, ask me out to dinner. Andiamo? That place is pretty good. I'm fond of the tomahawk steak, and they have a spectacular creme brulee. Oh, I wouldn't know. Her downcast eyes hit me with a pang of guilt. Oh, damn. Have you not been there? She shakes her head, still avoiding my eyes. I'm an idiot. Well, then I will just have to take you. She meets my eyes in embarrassment. I give her what I hope is a comforting smile, and she returns a weak one. In fact, why don't we go tonight? We can continue our plot over dinner. Come on, I say, standing up and grabbing my jacket. Let's go now. I offer her my hand, but she just stares at it. I drop my hand awkwardly. I don't bite. Well, I don't bite people, at least. I wink. Her expression brightens again as she holds back a smile. I walk over and open the door for her, which is encouraging enough to get her to stand up and exit my office. I slide my arm around her waist as I continue to open the doors for her. We start to pass by other employees who stop and stare. I can't blame them for being surprised. After all, this relationship was just invented 15 minutes ago. Probably a bit hard to keep up. But I hold my head up and start to put on the show. Asterisk. I help her out of my car and offer her my arm into the restaurant. In the car, we had decided to make this our first date for posterity. If anyone asks, we'll tell them exactly what happens tonight as the story of our first date. We'll just pretend it happened a few weeks ago. We are seated in a private location, and she starts to look over the menu. I watch her subtle movements, trying to memorize her rhythm. She catches me staring, and I chuckle when she clears her throat uncomfortably. Relax. Just trying to learn more about my fiancé, I tease. I smile, but her eyes just go back to her menu. After we ordered some food and drinks, we ease back into conversation. So, after the first date, we had a couple weeks of dating. Trips to the desert, walking the strip, and then I decided it was time to pop the question. And now we need to feed the story to them, she says with certainty. They'll regret ever sending me to work for you, for sure. I smile. Before I can open my mouth again, the food arrives. So, Amani, tell me, what are your favorite colors? She freezes and looks at me like I had just asked her a super intimate question. She swallows hard. What? Why? She looks at me in confusion. If we are in love, we should know a few things about each other, I remark. You are dedicated to this scam, aren't you? She lifts an eyebrow at me. Aren't you? She smiles slyly in reply. My favorite colors are teal and sunset orange, she admits. I don't imagine that you will have much need for such colors in your work. Not much, no. And you? Royal blue and chiffon white. Ah, specificity, I like it. What's your favorite food? She narrows her eyes playfully. Italian, definitely. A nice risotto. I gesture a chef's kiss, causing her to laugh. I am a big fan of Italian food as well. She smiles. Her smile is terrific. She should smile more. What do you do in your spare time, Amani? I draw. Mostly designs, fabric patterns. I don't really stop working. She shrugs. I tilt my head to the side and reach across the table to place my hand on hers. Her eyes widen, her gaze moving from our hands to my eyes. If you had no limitations, what would you choose to do in your spare time? Her face wrinkles in confusion and then in concentration. Her still hand underneath mine feels warm and soft. I guess I never thought about it. Fashion is all I wanted to do, and I have always been good at it. She smiles weakly. I guess if you are raised in this lifestyle, it is just what it is. It feels a bit odd to go out to dinner with someone who was your enemy a few hours ago. It's even weirder when you realize they're one of the only people who understands exactly what it's like growing up as the child of a designer. Everything she says mirrors my own experience, and we end up talking much deeper than I ever expected for a simple dinner conversation. When we are done with our meal, I return her to the parking lot at work so she can drive home in her car. So, we are in agreement about this then. Are you okay with all of this? We're going ahead? Amani nods as she pulls her coat tighter around herself. Oh, I'm definitely okay. I can't wait to see the look on their faces. She clicks the unlock button on her keys. I walk over to her car door and open it for her. Thank you, she breathes. My pleasure, Amani. I'll see you tomorrow. She nods again. I lean over and kiss her cheek. She tries to hide her surprise as she climbs into her car. And so the game begins.
Chapter 10. Amani. Today, I sigh. You really think we have to announce it today? Lane wants to meet with my parents today, to announce the engagement. I know this is what I agreed to, but the idea makes my stomach ache now that we're actually moving forward with it. As we sit in his office, discussing it, I can't help but wonder, am I doing the right thing pretending to be with Lane? I admit that it is really difficult to get my stepfather out of scheming mode. He will do anything to destroy Lane's company. The fact that Rashon is using me as part of his plan made me eager to go along with Lane's little prank. Sure, in the beginning I was all for doing anything to push our company to the top, but doing that now makes me feel like a bad guy, and I don't want to feel that way. Still, what is the difference now? I'm going to lie and deceive my mother and my stepfather. I've just traded sides in a way. I bite off the last nail on my left hand. I have no more nails to bite off. I take some chewing gum out of my purse and pop one into my mouth. I need something to channel the nervousness that I am feeling about this situation. I like the plan that Lane and I have made together. If we can pull this off, it will be awesome. But will we be able to pull it off? Now that I am about to be face to face with my parents, it makes everything different and more difficult. I like the thought of teaching them a lesson. I don't like the way they are probably going to yell. Do I have the stomach for this? Lane opens his hand and indicates that he would also like some chewing gum. I give him a piece and he places it in his mouth and starts chewing. He gives me a warm smile. Don't worry, Amani. Everything will work out. Just follow my lead. I know what we are doing is the right thing, but I am so nervous. I don't know if I can pull this off. Lane touches my arm. Amani, you can do anything you put your mind to. Plus, I won't leave you hanging. I'll be with you every step of the way. That's really sweet, Lane. Thanks for the reassurance. Lane takes his hand off my arm and reaches into his blazer pocket. He takes out a ring box and hands it to me. I got you this on my lunch break. I hope that you like it. He looks at me with sheepish eyes. I take the ring box and open it. There is the most beautiful ring I have ever seen. It is a brilliant opal surrounded with diamonds. I have never seen an opal this dazzling, and the diamonds give off the most opulent sparkle I have ever seen. Wow, this ring is amazing. You think so? I do. Lane smiles. Thanks. I'm glad you are happy with it. I know it might be fake, but I still figured you needed something. It's harder than you think to pick out a good ring. I put the ring on my finger, and it looks perfect there, like it truly belongs. It takes me a minute to go back to understanding that this is all pretend. This ring really isn't mine. Why don't we meet your parents at the Gilded Cage? It will be easier there, Lane suggests. That will be perfect. Rashon won't make a scene at a public place. I agree. Will you call them? Of course. I'll do it now. I can't help but give Lane a smile. He is so easy to work with. I call my parents, leaving out most of the details but asking them to meet me for dinner. With that set, Lane and I review our backstory, making sure we have all of our details worked out. When we finish, it's still a bit early for dinner, but we walk to his car anyway. I think deep down, we both just want to get this over with. When we get there, Lane steps out of the car and gives the keys to a valet. He comes around to the passenger side to let me out. I like this opening of the door thing that he does. It makes me feel special. Again, I have to remember that this is all pretend. In real life, we are rivals, or at least our parents are. Lane, as my boss, was kind of a jerk, but the Lane who opens doors for me isn't so bad, except he doesn't really mean any of it. It's still early. Why don't we sit at the bar for a while and have a drink? You look beautiful, but a little nervous. I think a drink will do you good. Good idea. I answer. Lane put his hand gently on my back and guides me to the bar. I have never been here, and he admits he hasn't either. But the bar isn't hard to miss as it wraps around the whole front of the restaurant. The bar is made of mahogany wood and it gleams. The lights above the bar make everything sparkle. Even the ice in my drink seems to sparkle when I get it. Lane and I sit in silence. I take the time to study Lane, who is busy answering emails on his phone. He is so focused on his phone, he doesn't notice that I am watching him. The drink settles my nerves a bit. I'm grateful that Lane is with me tonight. I would have hated to make this announcement alone. The fact that I'm grateful for Lane's presence really weirds me out. A week ago, I hated this guy. I can't believe I'd be eager to have him here with me. I smile to myself, realizing that I am getting to see a side of Lane that no one else gets to see. The restaurant is very busy. All around me, people are talking, shouting, laughing, and enjoying their meals. The restaurant is kind of warm, so I take off my jacket and sweater. Lane looks up and gives me a smile. That's a beautiful dress. Did you design it? Yes, I did. Well, it looks great on you. I grin like a teenager. Thank you. I am gazing towards the door when I see my stepfather walk in, my mother right behind him. I see the look of recognition on his face when he sees Lane with me. Lane puts away his smartphone and gets up from the bar. He helps me off my bar stool and puts his hand on the small of my back, then guides me towards where my stepfather is standing. I take a deep breath. Rashon glares at Lane, and I can see him bristle as we walk to intercept him in the middle of the restaurant. When we get to Rashawn and my mother, Lane is smiling. He holds up my hand with my ring and gloats. He's acting over the top to aggravate my stepfather. My mother, who is next to Rashawn, looks a bit startled to see the ring on my finger. The waiter seats us, and we all make polite small talk. My parents are being cordial, but I can tell that inside they are upset. In fact, Rashawn can't be more disapproving. Every time Lane speaks, he looks away and takes his time giving an answer. This makes it hard to get a rhythm going with our conversation. It's stop and start the whole time. Lane is clearly in charge of the conversation. He is going on and on about how wonderful I am. My parents are not denying how wonderful I am, but I can tell by the way my mother is curling the napkin on her lap that she is not happy with me. "May I call you Mom?" Lane asks my mother. "I don't think so," Rashawn answers briskly. My mother stays silent. "So I guess it's out of the question to call you Dad?" Lane says, his eyes twinkling with mischief. This really irritates Rashawn, who says nothing. Lane keeps talking, and my stepfather starts to glare at me. I haven't said a word. I've just let Lane keep talking. I'm amused to see how Lane has Rashawn over a barrel. "I've never met a designer as talented as Amani. You've done a great job with her. We are so happy to have her at Grace Keller Designs. I'm sure you sorely miss her at Jabali Fashions." "Yes, we do," Rashawn says. I look away from his glare. The food comes, and we all attack our food. No one says a word as we eat. Though the food is good, I can tell everyone is relieved to stop having to make conversation. My mother waves down the waiter and asks for a gin and tonic. Rashad asks for a beer. I'm shocked because neither of my parents ever drink in public. "Mom, since when do you drink gin and tonics?" I ask. "I have a drink with my dinner sometimes." "Sure, Mom. You have white wine but never spirits." "Mind your own business." The waiter is back in a flash with my parents' drinks. They both take long, simultaneous drinks. Lane is clearly amused. I want to order a double martini, but I don't dare in front of my parents who think I don't drink. "I noticed that Jabali Fashions will be at the buyers' convention this year." "Yes, we will," my stepfather answers. He doesn't bother to even look up at Lane, focused on attacking his steak. I have never seen anyone cut up their meat so violently. Lane is the only one of us who isn't really eating because he is talking so much. He's relishing this, while everyone else wants silence. A part of me thinks it's hilarious, just how uncomfortable he is making my parents. If they'd just stop giving me dirty looks, that is. While he is talking, he puts his hand on mine. I see my mother look ill. She puts down her knife and fork and finishes her drink. She waves at the waiter for another drink. This is getting worse by the minute. This whole scheme was supposed to teach them a lesson, but they seem too hard-headed to get it. Did we make a big mistake?
Chapter 11. Lane. The dinner with Rashan and his wife was perfect. I knew that I had aggravated Rashan to the maximum. He and his wife left the restaurant a bit snookered and off balance. I felt bad about aggravating Amani's mother, but I was glad to see that I had shaken up her stepfather. I've hated him for years. Since we're both in Inferno together, that one isn't a snap judgment on my part. The man is a jerk. Now I am standing in my mother's study waiting to tell her about being with Amani. I went with Amani to tell her parents because I knew she needed emotional support. Also, I couldn't pass up seeing the look on Rashawn's face, but I didn't see any reason to put Amani through the same trial twice. I don't need backup to speak with my mother. In fact, I'm eager to experience the shock value of what I am going to tell her. This time, I will do the shocking alone. I told Amani to go home. I feel a little bad about the way Rashawn had treated Amani. The whole time we were having dinner, he did nothing but glare at her. I enjoyed making Rashawn squirm, but I felt bad inside my heart. So when it came to telling my mom, I knew I had to tell her alone and not drag Amani here to be treated badly. Not that my mother would treat her that bad. My mother is a bastion of politeness and social graces. Still, my mom is human. Knowing that I'm going to be with Amani is certainly going to set her off. "So, what do I owe the pleasure of your company this evening?" my mother says as she hands me a drink. At night, my mother drinks lemon freshers, a glass of sparkling water with lemon juice. I wanted some alcohol in mine, but I said nothing as usual. "Mom, I think you might want to take a seat." My mother, who looks calm and serene in her lounging attire, shakes her head. "If you insist." "I insist." My mother sits down and I sit next to her. "Mother, I finally met the right girl." "Oh, Lane, I'm so excited for you." My mother puts down her drink and gives me a hug. I gently push her away. She is used to this, so she says nothing. She picks up her drink and takes a sip, then sits back on the sofa waiting for me to speak. I stand up and go to the mantel to face her. I am in love with the most beautiful woman in the world. "Who is this lucky girl?" "She works with us now, Mother. Amani, daughter of Latia Gardner, is the woman of my dreams." My mother chokes on her drink. "What?" she manages to squeak out. "Are you okay, Mom?" My mother waves me away and puts down her glass. "How did this happen?" I make up a romantic take of how we met and how I felt when I first saw her. It's half the truth and half embellished, the blend of elements Amani and I have perfectly crafted. My mother looks as if she has swallowed a piranha whole and it is eating her from the inside out. "Lane, are you serious? Please, my love, tell me this isn't so. Are you sure you have feelings for this Amani? Isn't this a bit rushed?" I try not to smirk, seeing how shocked my mother is and how hard it is for her to accept. It is, of course, only due to her own dislike of the family. Amani is a beautiful and talented woman. My mother knows my tastes, and Amani exceeds all of my usual expectations. No one knows this better than my mother. In any other world, she'd be an understandable fit for me, but my mother doesn't want to admit that. "This isn't a joke, is it? You're not playing me, are you?" I can't believe how well my mother knows me. If she is going to believe me, I have to give her a show, so I do. "Why shouldn't it be Amani? You tell me, Mom. Is it because Jabali Fashions is our rival company? Surely you aren't going to turn this into Romeo and Juliet, are you?" My mother gasps. "Lane, please don't get dramatic. You know that we just don't get along as people. Latia is fine enough. I admit she is a brilliant designer, but Rashawn, he will get ahead at any cost. My lord, that man is ruthless. He will do anything. Is this about the way they poached one of your good employees a long time ago? Poached, stole, highway robbery. Call it what you will. Rashawn is ruthless and he has no ethics, especially when it comes to business." The hairs on my neck stand up when she says this because here I am being not so nice, pulling this scam on my mother. Am I like Rashawn? "Mom, you don't own your employees. Did all of this start because your employee took a new job? Are you really going to harbor a grudge against Amani because of that one employee who chose to go to Jabali Fashions because it was a better fit than Grace Kelly Designs? You know it was much more than that, Lane Kelly. I never act like I own my employees. Rashawn directly—" "Oh, come on, Mom. It's not like our business isn't doing well. Losing that one employee did nothing to damage us. We've made plenty of money since then." "Lane, what it cost us can't be measured monetarily." "Then how can it be measured?" My mother stands up and goes to the wet bar. She opens up the liquor cabinet and gets out her favorite scotch. She gets some ice out of the bucket and makes herself a drink of straight scotch. She doesn't even put water in the glass to dilute the spirits. "Lane, you're making a big mistake with Amani. Or maybe you are the one making the big mistake, and your mistake isn't even out of love but hate, so think about that." At this point, my mother is shaking. The ice in her now empty glass clinks against each other. I'm genuinely frustrated with my mother now. My mother, who is my best friend and business partner, is also mad at me. We've never been at odds like this before. "Why are you attacking me, Lane? I don't understand. Can't you see that this girl is coming between us? That's a red flag, darling, if I've ever seen one." A red flag? Nonsense, Mother. Nonsense. My mother raises her voice. Amani is the best girl that I've ever met, and I'm not going to hear you say anything bad about her. I would appreciate it if you kept your opinions and criticism to yourself. My mother looks like she is about to cry. I feel a twinge of guilt because I've never upset my mother like this before. My mother sits back down on the sofa next to me. She puts her hand on my shoulder. I instinctively knock it away. I'm really invested in this part. I feel bad when I see the look on her face. She is truly stung. You've never done this, Lane. Done what? Put someone before our relationship. This is true. My mother and I are very close. We plan and conspire together every day about our brand. She's dramatic, but we've never had such trouble seeing eye to eye before. In fact, until recently, I completely supported her distaste for Jabali. Getting to know Amani has opened my eyes to how silly this whole thing is. It must be a shocking change for her, I know. But it also confirms my desire to follow through on this plan, hoping it can open her eyes someday too. Mother, you need to release your grip on me right now. I might be your only son, but you don't own me like you own your employees. My mother reacts to this as if I have slapped her in the face. She grows silent and looks at the floor. I shove down the little bit of guilt that I feel. Sure, my mother's love can be suffocating at times, but she means well. We have such great communication that when things get tough between her and I, we work it out. My mother looks up and her eyes are burning with tears. I know that her pride won't let her shed a tear in front of anyone, least of all me. I never see my mother this shook up over anything. She has the best poker face of anyone I know. Now she is in tears and extremely upset. I'm sorry, Lane. You're right. I'll keep my opinions to myself, and I won't stand in the way of your relationship with Amani. There will be no more talk of red flags or of my rivalry with her parents. It hurts me to see my mother compromised the way she is now. But this charade has to go on for her own good. I tell myself I am doing the right thing, and she will see it someday. Do you give me your blessing, Mother? Then, instead of answering me, she gets up from the sofa and leaves the room. Have I gone too far? This whole discussion may have been harsh, but it is probably not anywhere near what Amani is having to go through with Rashawn.
Chapter 12. Amani. It's been 2 weeks since Lane and I announced the engagement, and my daily life is mostly the same as before. Work takes up most of my time, and plotting with Lane takes up most of the rest of it. As for our mothers, their routine now includes a healthy dose of doom texting. My mom's the early riser, and Grace is the night owl. If night owls held in their talons bottomless glasses of rosé. In the morning, I have a large cup of coffee, a bunch of crazy texts waiting for me, and 3 missed calls. They are all from my mom. Any thought about the venue, Amani? I don't want Grace to hijack it like she does with everything. Call me today to talk. Are you still going to work for Lane, Grace, or quit? Working for your fiancé isn't the best idea. Don't crap where you eat, as they say. Not that your fiancé is crap, I mean, just his mom. Sorry, didn't mean it. Are you mad at me? I'm sorry, baby. Shouldn't have said anything. Call me. Lots to discuss. Are you ignoring me? Are you okay? Did you make it to work? First thing when I get into the office, Lane and I compare notes about whose mom is craziest. I scroll through his mom's texts. Are you really sure you want to marry Latia Gardner's girl? I know Amani is sweet, but I worry. What sort of things did she learn in that house? Hey, Pookie, there's a Lifetime true crime about a couple who didn't know each other, and the wife went crazy. Let's have lunch soon. I just woke up from a dream, and Amani's dress was a cotton candy monstrosity. Ask her what's happening with the dress, okay? Just promise me you won't let Latia replace me. You're my baby boy. Okay, I think your mom wins the Crazy Town Award today, I say. True crime murder shows? Really? I don't know. It might be a tie. Your mom's freak out at you not answering reminds me of some of my ex-girlfriends. I want to suppress the mental image of some other girl wrapped around him, obsessing over his texts. I know he's not really my fiancé. Still, all the steps of our engagement and working together so closely have made my crush on him hard to suppress. When I barely saw him, it was easy to ignore how attractive he was. But now we spend all our spare time together. Not to mention the fact that he's become one of the best bosses I've ever had, even though I hate to admit it. He shuffles at his desk a little bit, uneasily, like he wants to say something. It comes out after a moment of awkward silence. Also, I don't want to ignore the elephant in the room. He says, "What elephant? You don't look that bad in your gray suit," I say. "Ha ha. Very funny." "No, what your mom said about working here." "What about it?" "Well, you're not having second thoughts, are you? I don't know if our engagement changes anything for you about still wanting to work here. It doesn't for me. First and foremost, you're one of my best employees." My face drops. First and foremost, I remind myself it's not real, and that there's no reason he should consider me more than a valuable employee. Don't get caught up in this, Amani. He's your boss, not your boyfriend. He seems to notice my deflation. Oh no, are you rethinking whether you want to stay? What? Oh no. Why would I? I love working here. No, I was just thinking, that's all. Oh, good. For a minute, I thought I might be losing you. That's a relief. Besides, we're a loving couple who met at work, right? I make air quotes with my fingers. If I stopped working, it would look weird. Besides, if we're getting married, I should know our family business, right? His mouth curls into a smile at that. Right. You should have seen my mother when I told her I've been folding you into the management side of things. That was a few days ago, and she stayed true to her word not to meddle. So, you'll be seeing a little more of her, especially working on the fall line together. The fall line? Yeah, she wants to meet with you later today about it, actually. I look at him with caution. Don't worry, I'll be there too to run interference. But I think you'll actually get along, especially after I've been telling her how gifted you are and how much fun you are to work with. I'm sure I'll learn as much from her as I have from you. You're learning from me? That's kind of scary. Don't pick up any of my bad traits. That's the last thing I need in a wife, he says with a laugh. I laugh too, but being his wife is getting easier to imagine. Dangerously easier, especially since we're such a good team at work. I have to remind myself constantly that it's just a ruse. Even knowing me for only a short while, Lane gives my ideas far more credence than Rashawn ever did. Just the fact that he's comfortable with me and Grace working so closely together speaks to that, as he said, because he knows she's a much harsher judge than he is. I was lucky if Rashawn even let me know there was a meeting with a big company. One of the most embarrassing moments of my life was finding out from one of the summer interns, after the fact, that the Las Vegas Macy's purchased an order of wool coats for their Christmas stock. The minute Lane gets good business news, or bad news, for that matter, I'm the first person he wants to talk to. Even though he's given me a new office next to his, I probably spend more time in his than mine, just because it's easier than having to walk in and out constantly. Grace and I start working together slowly at first, and that quickly turns into daily meetings about the progress of the fall collection. I work on mood boards, and we riff off of each other. We usually talk to each other at least once a day about the progress of the fall collection. I even sew some mock-ups after our conversations, and I alter the patterns based on her feedback. She even invites me to get a manicure with her after working all through the afternoon on mood boards. I start thinking of her in my head as my mother-in-law. Then I remind myself that she's just my boss's mom and my own mom's mortal enemy. At some point, maybe I'll even tell Mom that I think she might actually like Grace. Maybe that's why they hate each other so much. Not because they're different, but because they're so similar. But I'm not ready yet, especially while I'm still getting to know Grace. Hell, I'm still getting to know Lane. One step at a time, Amani. Hey, Amani, what are you doing for lunch? Lane asks me a week later, after I've just left what might be my 100th meeting with Grace. Probably working through my lunch hour, with you or with Grace, as usual. You know that better than anyone. How come? I want to take you to lunch today, just the two of us. Talk about some stuff. Everything okay? I ask. Oh yeah, everything's fine. Just would be nice to get a change of scenery, feel less like coworkers. How's Lavo sound? Oh wow, fancy, romantic, datey. Perfect. That's what I'm going for. You know we're just fake engaged, right? Yeah, but when my mom sees it on both our calendars, it makes it more convincing. When the waiter comes, Lane orders one of the most expensive bottles on the menu. I raise my eyebrows. Wow, that's an extravagance. It's for my future wife, right? Huh, yeah, I guess, I say. What did you want to talk about? I just wanted to see how you thought things were going, and to celebrate. What are we celebrating? 3 weeks of carrying out the plan successfully, and my mom is utterly charmed by you so far. I think it makes her stomach turn, how much she likes you despite her best intentions not to. Tell you the truth, I think she always wanted a daughter. I'm stunned. I've enjoyed working with Grace and already learned so much, but I had no idea she felt that deeply about me. Wow, I had no idea. She really holds her cards close to her chest, huh? Yeah, she's over the top, but she doesn't really show her emotions. Definitely made it hard growing up to please her, Lane says. Sounds a lot like my mom. You never know what she's thinking. Unless it's something bad, then you know right away. And don't even get me started on Rashon. Can you imagine if we knew each other in high school? We probably would have felt a lot more normal. I figured you were Mr. Popularity, Lane, I said. Having a fashion mogul mom, for me, my mom was struggling most of the time. Nah, you know kids in high school. If you're different at all, they seize on it. I kind of got teased for dressing as nice as I did when everyone else was in sweatpants all the time. Taught me to be tough, to not be afraid of taking crap from people. Because no matter what you do, people are gonna give you crap. So you may as well do what you want. At least we have each other now. Yep, thank God for that, Lane says, my brilliant star employee. I liked being praised as his perfect future wife a little more, but star employee will do.
Chapter 13. Lane. Why did you bring out the crystal glasses when I specifically asked for plastic? The waitress frowns. I'm sorry, sir. The order I have says crystal. Would you like to speak to the caterer? I would. I pinch the bridge of my nose as the waitress walks away, trying not to think about the sheer number of people we have to fool with this event. When we decided to have an engagement party, it just seemed like the thing to do. How could we not, right? But there are so many details we should have discussed before now. Things that would have come up if we were an actual couple. Instead, we're stuck with what should be a simple gathering, which has turned into an evening fraught with misunderstanding because we keep stepping on each other's toes. For instance, I'm willing to bet Amani changed my order on the plastic cocktail cups. Right on cue, Amani blows in through the front doors, followed by a cloud of dust. The desert winds have picked up, and everything outside is coated in a fine layer of grit we'll be swallowing for weeks. I wish I could kick this mood, but a peevish greeting slips out instead. You're late. Amani raises an eyebrow. Relax. Everyone will be late. You can barely see your hand in front of your face out there. That's not true, but I let it go because the event manager is here to talk about the glasses. You wanted to speak with me? She's a short white woman with long, straight black hair and hooded eyes in low heels and a professional pantsuit. Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some confusion with the order for the glasses. What seems to be the problem? I ordered plastic cocktail cups. Oh, I changed the order to crystal, Amani interjects. The fee was so small for the added touch of elegance, it just felt right. She looks proud of herself, and I know that what I'm about to say will take the wind out of her sails. I sigh. Here goes nothing. My mother thinks that every party celebrating a couple that offers crystal glasses is an excuse to get them to kiss. Amani looks like she's about to hurl, but the caterer isn't getting it. A lot, I add. Still nothing. And I didn't wear chapstick. I could send someone after the plastic, but they may arrive after the party starts, she offers. That's what I was afraid of. Never mind. Thank you. She turns to go, and I add one last comment under my breath. We'll just hope my mother is someone else tonight. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Amani. I know. But you would have if we were actually dating, so my mother is probably going to think you did it on purpose and really ham it up. I just hope that lip gloss has some staying power. I can feel myself blushing. Truth be told, kissing Amani doesn't sound like the worst possible outcome tonight, but that bears some implications I'm not ready to handle. Avoiding her eye, I broach another uncomfortable topic. I noticed your dad's guest list has a lot of business names on it. Was that purposeful? Amani squeezes her eyes shut as if she were hoping I would overlook that. Yeah, she sighs. I don't think he thought that through. No kidding. I'm tempted to tell her we should just cancel, but it's much too late for that now. What should we do? She thinks for a few seconds and smiles resignedly. Well, we wanted to drive our parents crazy, right? What will drive them crazier than their own mistakes? I say let him deal with it himself. I chuckle. I guess when you want to create some drama, you shouldn't be upset when drama is what you get. Okay, and I'll try to get my mom to cool it with the glass clinking. Amani relaxes visibly, and I can't help but finish. Don't get the wrong idea, though. She won't go for it, so pucker up, sweetheart. I add an old-timey gangster accent to the end to soften the blow, and she giggles. I'm not even done warning her when all of our parents walk in together like they planned it. I snort before I can contain myself, and Amani looks up to see what elicited my derision. Oh, Lord, she breathes. Our mothers have gone certifiably insane. Mine is in a metallic purple and gold brocade number with a fitted skirt and 1920s Jigo sleeves. Her hem is only a little lower than her neckline, and she's wearing purple velvet Mary Janes with bows on them. Amani's mother has at least 3 crinolines under her cocktail dress and a neckline just as low as Mom's. Her stilettos are sky-high, and she has an Elizabethan collar to match. As if that weren't enough, she has a peacock feather fascinator and satin gloves. The only thing missing is the 3-foot Cruella de Vil cigarette holder. We look at each other, trying to ascertain which of us is playing the prank on the other, and realize they actually dress themselves this way. What are you laughing at? My mother asks as she sidles up to us. Do include us in the joke. You are the joke, says Latia. My lord, woman, you haven't been able to pull off a skirt that short since the turn of the century. Mom rolls her eyes. I could say the same thing about that neckline. Talk about tasteless. At least I have something to show off. Flat tires belong on a car, honey. What is so funny? We can't contain our laughter anymore. I meet Amani's eyes, and suddenly, I know we'll get through this together. I thread her arm through mine and lead her off to greet some of our arriving guests. The rest of the evening is awkward, but we fumble along, and it isn't as bad as I had feared. Partway through, we regroup at the bar to get some hors d'oeuvre. How's it going for you? Amani asks dubiously. Swell, except I'm realizing I don't know anything about you. What's your middle name? And half the people in here want to invite us over for dinner, and they're asking me about your food allergies. I didn't know you had food allergies. Also, how did I propose? Amani laughs. I've just been making it up as I go along. Have some fun with it. Oh, and if anyone asks, we're getting married at the top of the stratosphere. I breathe deeply and nod. Okay, I can do this. Fake wedding, fake details. Who cares, right? Okay, you doing okay? She puts a hand on my arm. I'm fine. Now calm down before you hyperventilate. I've only had to break up one fight. Rashawn realized what he did, and he's been following Grace around trying to keep her from talking to anyone important. She finally turned around and said, I would never poach anyone from you, dear. I'm not like that. Hey, that's a pretty good mom impression, I say, trying to laugh. And really, it is. She has the imperious act down pat. Thanks. Look, you're doing fine, just be cool. New couples get details about each other wrong all the time. Just commit and go with it. Just as I'm about to assure her I'm fine, I hear the tinkle of silverware on crystal. Really? Now? I look at the ceiling, wishing it away, but it spreads like wildfire. Soon, everyone is watching us with expectant faces. I try to find my mother to glare at her, but she's hiding and I can't stall any longer. What did Amani say? Just commit and go with it? I put on my most winning smile and wrap my arm around my fake fiancé's waist. She looks surprised, but to her credit sustains a matching smile. She looks for all the world like she's been waiting for this moment. I pull her toward me, and she melts into me in a way that sends waves of electricity up and down my spine. I gaze down into the most beautiful brown eyes I've ever seen, and wonder why I never noticed them, or how full her lips are. I kiss her then, carefully at first, but I can't resist deepening it until we're both breathless. As I pull away, I see the haze in her eyes and the part of her lips, and my world comes crashing down. What am I doing? I push the thought away as our audience applauds. I take her hand and hold it up like I'm declaring the winner of a prize fight. I try not to think about who the winner is in this situation. It's supposed to be us, but I'm not so sure we're not kidding ourselves instead of everyone else. The rest of the evening goes even smoother than the beginning. We get into a flow of making up stories about each other, and then finding ways to slip each other important details. It becomes something of a game. As we say goodbye to the last of the guests, I help Amani bag up some of the bacon-wrapped dates to take home, because they were her favorite. I think she can tell something's up, but she doesn't say anything. I walk her to her car, and she thanks me for a lovely evening, giggling and marveling that we actually pulled it off. When I don't respond, she takes my arm and pulls me to face her. What's wrong? You've been quiet. I lie. Nothing, it's just... I wish we'd been more prepared. She's silent for a moment, and I think she's about to call me on my evasion, but instead she offers a solution. Okay. Well, meet up with me this weekend and we'll talk fake wedding plans, sweetie pie. She stares me down and I see that it's a challenge. If I don't take her up on it, she'll know I'm having second thoughts. I shore up my confidence, lift my chin, and raise an eyebrow. See you then, baby cakes.
Chapter 14. Amani. What are you wearing? Lane has arrived for wedding planning in a suit and tie. Not at all what I had in mind for the evening, as he can see from my sweats. I came straight from work. What do you want from me? He seems bashful, and I sigh. He's been tense since the party. Come on in. I think I have something you can wear. What? I'm not wearing your clothes. Well, you can't wear that. Don't worry. I have some baggy stuff I wear in the winter that you might fit into. I glance down at his long athletic legs. It might come up to your knees, though. As it happens, my winter sweats only come up a few inches on his shin bones and forearms, but he still looks a little like an overgrown child. I seat him at the coffee table, which is covered in bowls of popcorn, trail mix, fruit, and a charcuterie board, and pour a couple glasses of wine. Is this how it works? You eat junk food, get schnockered, and plan a wedding? No wonder women love this so much. I can tell he's being sarcastic, but at least he's joking. I'll take progress where I can get it. Yep, I have magazines. I plop a stack on his lap. And notebooks with multicolored gel pens. I wave them under his nose like a bouquet. And if you're really good at this, I'll break out the ice cream sundaes, and we can work all night. He smirks. Where's the part where we braid each other's hair and paint each other's toenails? You forgot pillow fights. Look, I'm not going to pretend tonight isn't the wish fulfillment of every little girl who grew up watching princess movies. But boys get Super Bowl parties every year, and if we do it right, girls only get one wedding. I raise my eyebrows and dare him to tell me it isn't true. So we're planning your real wedding here? He looks a little sick. I laugh. Hell no. You think I haven't had that plan since I was 12? This is just for fun. Besides, my parents think they're paying for it, so the sky's the limit. He snorts. Literally. If I decide to write your stratosphere idea in pink gel pen, that's like chiseling it in stone, right? See? You're getting the hang of it already. Write down anything you see that you like, or tear it out and glue it down. I toss him a glue stick. We work for a few minutes in silence, and I notice he hasn't made it past the first page of his first magazine. He's thinking too much. So, someone asked me where you were born last night, and I said, South Africa. He almost spits a mouthful of wine all over himself. Good Lord, woman. That's going to be a little difficult to come back from, don't you think? Who did you tell? Do you remember? I shake my head, laughing, and he rubs his forehead with his palm in frustration. Well, he looks up incredulous. Well, what? Where were you born? He pinches the bridge of his nose. Here, actually. I don't tell many people this, but Mom was a showgirl. I try not to register my surprise. He starts to work as he talks, which was what I was after anyway. She enjoyed it, but she wanted to pursue a more serious dancing career. In comes my dad. High roller, lots of money, lots of promises. You know the drill. Next thing she knows, she's pregnant, he's gone, and bye-bye dancing. Wow, she must have been heartbroken. She doesn't talk about it much. She just says she had some guardian angels in the costume department who got her a job that she ended up loving. She started a side business when her designs got more sophisticated. That business got bigger, and Grace Keller was born. That took a lot of guts, I acknowledge. He smiles. Yeah, I'm actually really proud of her, and not in a she's my mom so I have to be kind of way. He blushes and looks at his hands, then snaps out of it. What about you? Me? I've lost track of the conversation. Where were you born? Oh, Florida. My mom went to design school, but my dad died when I was 5, so she started working for a guy named Nolan Reese instead of starting her own line. Nolan Reese. Lane tests out the name. Have I heard of him? A long time ago, maybe. He got a reputation for stealing other people's designs and was pretty much forced out of the business by public opinion. A lot of those designs were Mom's. Why didn't she leave? Lane looks outraged, and I have to admit I'm touched. She kept her head down because she needed the paycheck. But a textiles manufacturer here in Vegas noticed her designs had a special something to them and kind of put Reese on the spot about it. I paused, trusting he would understand how well that usually goes over in the fashion business. Yikes, that had to be awkward. I nodded. Reese fired her over it. Rashon worked for the manufacturer and felt really bad about how things went down, so he used his inheritance to set her up here. I shrug as if to say, the rest is history. Huh. What? Nothing, it's just... I underestimated that guy. He looks a bit sheepish. I nod. Most people do. He definitely has his faults. But deep down, he's okay. I refill our wine glasses, and change the subject before I can start enumerating those faults. How's it coming? Lane holds up his collage proudly. It's a total hodgepodge of random pictures from 7 different magazines. I laugh. It's a mess. What do you mean? You told me to pick out stuff I liked. I point out a picture of a scuba wedding. You want your fake wedding to be underwater? No, just the fake honeymoon. I start to laugh and then get confused thinking about how that would work. He chuckles, and I realize that was his goal. Come on, you're not taking this seriously. Isn't that the point? Maybe, but I do need something to tell my mother, preferably something you know about. She asks every day. He thinks for a moment. Okay, well, I'm better at business decisions, so let's try rapid-fire questions. Ask me things you need my input on. I'll give you my first thoughts, and we can go from there. I'm dubious, but I get my notebook and purple gel pen ready. Okay, weddings have to have 2 colors that aren't neutrals. What colors do you want? Blush and sage. Really? No second guessing allowed until the lightning round is over. Next question. Oh, okay, number of groomsmen? 4. Ring bearer and flower girl? Neither? Groom's cake? German chocolate. Okay, that's a good start except for the cake. I'm allergic to coconut. Can't even touch it. He raises his eyebrows. Okay, let's go with dark chocolate mocha then. Interesting choice. I pour us another glass of wine. Hey, while we're vetoing options, I've got to shoot down the stratosphere. He sounds disappointed, and I wait for his reason. He's silent for a long time. I'm afraid of heights, don't even like elevators. I'm tempted to make fun of him, but he won't meet my eye, and I'm willing to bet that was hard to tell me. Okay, pick a different venue. Make it big. We haven't spent nearly enough of my parents' money. Lane's eyes get big. Oh, then I want flower towers. I giggle. Great. And a lobster dinner for 500 guests. Brilliant. We'll marry at the Ritz in Cabo. Perfect. I can barely contain myself. Do you believe in love at first sight? I'm so taken aback by the change of subject that I can't comprehend it at first. Lane holds up a magazine folded back to a compatibility quiz. Do you believe in love at first sight? Come on, first answer. Oh, sure, I guess so. He wrinkles his nose. That's not very convincing, but I'll let it go for now. Favorite band? Don't think, just answer. Go. Foo Fighters, you? Johnny Cash, actually. You're a country fan? I don't know if this is going to work out. He rolls his eyes. First of all, it's more folk and less country. Besides, I've heard all the criticisms and I still like it, so there's nothing you can say that will change my mind now. Moving on, when you were a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up? A paralegal. What? I laugh. Most girls liked princess dresses, and I was a sucker for a well-tailored pantsuit. He shakes his head. It's always about the clothes. I smack him playfully on the arm. What about you? I wanted to be a garbageman. Do tell. Well, at first I wanted to be a fireman, but then I found out that none of them actually ride on the outside of the truck anymore like you see in the old-timey pictures. So garbage man? That's using the old noggin. I tap my head. He's not listening, having already given his attention to the next question. Let's answer this one at the same time. Just shout it out. How many kids do you want? 2? 7, 2, 7. At this point, we're both laughing so hard I think I'll fall off my chair. Maybe the 3rd glass of wine wasn't such a great idea. What's our score on this, 0? He waves me off. These things are never accurate. The piece de resistance. If your partner wants to try something and you don't think they'll be good at it, do you support them or be brutally honest about it? Support them. I'm always open to being pleasantly surprised. He smiles brightly. Exactly. I look into his green eyes, and it occurs to me how nice it would be if this were real. If this friendship we're solidifying could just be two people in love planning a wedding. And at the same moment, my heart breaks because I know it can't. Do you believe in love at first sight? He asks again. I catch myself staring at the carpet and bring my eyes back up to his, suddenly aware of how serious he has gotten. He holds me with his stare, almost daring me to answer in another half-truth this time. No. I expect his face to fall, but it doesn't. He just nods, almost imperceptibly, and as I take another sip of wine, I think I hear him whisper, I do.
Chapter 15. Lane. Everyone's running around for the pitch meeting with Bloomingdale's to put our summer line in stores. I barely have time to think about what's been happening with Amani, which is a relief. If I had the time to focus on it, my emotions would be a mess. Get it together, Lane. It's not a real engagement. It's a prank. Maybe I'm just pranking myself. Deborah and Alice come into my office, as efficient as a battalion commander, armed with a lookbook to show what the bigwigs are going to be looking at today. Hey, Lane, how you holding up? Cool as a cucumber. Why, something happening? Funny, Deborah says. The decks for the presentation are all ready and in the showcase conference room. Good. And the diorama? Already set up, Alice chimes in. Amani got in super early to make sure everything was just so. Amani. I start imagining her on her tiptoes, putting garments onto the mannequins, her little feet lifting up out of her pumps, and her skirt accentuating the curve of her ass. Focus. On the work, not on her. That's good. Amani. Yeah, we made her the link between the C-suite and the design team, Deborah says. She probably has a sixth sense about whatever you need since you've been working so close together. Whatever I need. Working so close. Together. Crap, Lane, get your head out of your ass. Get it out of Amani's ass. Could you call her in here, please? Sure. A minute later, Amani's there, and Alice and Deborah are gone. My pace quickens at being alone with her. Hey, you, I say. God, I sound like I have a high school crush. Hey, yourself, she says. You ready for the big meeting? Thanks to you, yes. I want you to sit in. Is that okay? Are you sure? I mean, especially if you're concerned about divided loyalties. I'm not. All right. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd be really excited since I've been a part of the planning. Oh, good. See you at 2 o'clock then. And good work. It's one of the biggest meetings of my life, and I can't imagine doing it without her in the room. The diorama in the showcase room, the conference room we use for big presentations, as opposed to the runway room, the ready-to-wear room, the factory room, and the catwalk room, is set up to show 4 different summer settings to showcase our summer line. First is a Maine clam bake. Second is a camping excursion by burro down the Grand Canyon. Third is white sand beaches and a coral reef dive. And fourth, in an homage to our would-be clients, is a Bloomingdale's window display made to look like Central Park. All Amani's idea. The tempo of the entire building changes when the Bloomingdale's executives make their way to the conference room. Thank you for coming all the way to Las Vegas. I know it's a long trip. I hope it's worth your while, I tell the execs. By the look of this display, I think it will be, the lead buyer says. How did you come up with this? I look at Amani. She smiles sweetly and unconsciously slinks down in her chair to deflect the attention. One of our most talented designers, Amani Thomas, created it. It's not even her job. She had the vision and volunteered to execute it. That's the sort of dedication that will set you apart. You should be proud, both of you. So let's hear this pitch. But I won't keep you guessing. We're very interested in Grace Keller designs. The meeting gets even better from there. Bloomingdale's orders 10,000 units of each piece of our summer collection, with an option to order more. I call an all-hands meeting to let everyone know the good news. I let the entire staff go home early to celebrate. Amani, hang on 1 second. Can I talk to you? Sure, of course. Let's go to my office, I say. We walk together down the hall. I can feel the tension building around our bodies from being so close without touching. We both sit on top of my desk, looking out the paneled windows at the entirety of Las Vegas and the desert spread out for miles beyond it. I was saving this. I think this is the right occasion, I say, unearthing a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. I want to thank you, Amani, for how much you put into this. I couldn't have done it without you. Yes, you could, Lane. Silly, she says. I was just doing my job. More than your job, and especially when we're a competitor with your family business. You gave it everything you have and more. That's just how I am. If I'm working on something, I'll never give less than 100%. You know that. I do, I say. And anyway, Amani continues, Bloomingdale's is huge. An order that big, Jabali is way too small to fill. Maybe one day, but not now. It's funny. For practically my entire life, Jabali sounded like profanity. All it took was hearing it from Amani's mouth for it to sound like music. I pour 2 glasses. To never giving less than 100, I say. Our glasses clink. She kisses me on the cheek and lingers for longer than I expect. I brush her arm and she leans in closer to me. I don't want to do anything that she's uncomfortable with, so I hold back a little bit at first. But when she moves slightly over to kiss me on the lips, I kiss her back with everything in me. The victory of winning over Bloomingdale's is nothing compared to the pure joy at holding this beautiful, brilliant woman in my arms, kissing me like I'm the only man in the world. I feel the vibration of her moan against my lips as we open our mouths to each other. Our tongues tangle and untangle. She leans her torso into me, and I feel myself growing larger. Oh, it's getting good, friends. Unfortunately, we can't show you here. This content is too hot for YouTube. Find all the unabridged, glorious details over at TylerWalker.com. Using code SAVE40 will yield you some fantastic bonuses for a great deal. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 16. Amani. Nothing evokes PTSD in a woman like standing in front of a 360-degree mirror with your mother. That goes double if you're a curvaceous black woman who developed earlier than anyone else in your 4th grade class. Now, picture that exact scenario. Except instead of any normal mother, she's one of the most accomplished fashion designers west of the Mississippi. You're in your bra and underwear, and she's measuring you for your wedding dress, the one she's making herself. It's enough to cause a panic attack. Okay, now your waist. Wow. Amani, she says with the fabric tape against me. I'm dreading what comes next. I would have killed to have your tiny waist when I was your age. Even in high school, I was always a few inches larger. She really does have my best interest at heart. I have to remind myself of that when she drives me crazy. I'm one of the luckiest women on the planet to have such a vaunted designer custom make my wedding dress. She is meticulous. She fills in a big dry erase chart in her studio with a blank space for every single measurement of my body. Bust, waist, underbust, rib cage, booty, inseam, height from shoulder, height from waist, neck, shoulder width, shoulders to wrists. Okay, honey, I'm almost done measuring. I just want this to fit like a glove. This is the most important dress I've ever worked on. You're my baby, my only one. She tries to act stoic, but I can see her wipe her eyes. I can't imagine what Mom went through with her own mother. Compared to that, she's Donna Reed. Mom, I'm so glad you offered to do this. I've always hoped you would, but you're such a busy person. I would never presume. Never, ever too busy to put my heart and soul into a wedding dress for my daughter. You're my life, you know, she says. Well, thank you, Mom. I hope you know how much you mean to me. I know it's never been easy. You made it easy. I couldn't ask for a better daughter, she says. Okay, all done, baby. Unless you want to stand around naked as a jaybird. Might be fun, right? I think I'll keep my clothes on, but maybe next time, Mama, I tell her. She comes over and gives me a kiss. Once your clothes are back on, come meet me in the drafting room, she tells me. I want to pick your brain on what you want for your dream dress. Remember, there are no limits here. See you in a minute, Mom. I look in the 360-degree mirror at myself. I want to take an honest look. I feel guilty for lying. Is this who I am? Some trickster who tries to get the better of the people she loves most? God, Amani, why did you get a mental image of Lane when you said that? Wake up. Anyway, it's for their own good. And I can wear this again when I actually get married for real. Or, if not, we can sell it for a small mint. Maybe even donate it to the Nevada State Museum. Hey, Mama, I say as I enter the drafting room. Oh, are those the drawings? Can I take a look? Sure, but just know it's the first draft. It's just some sketches, just ideas. I want to hear about anything you want. And we can change it, she says. I've never detected nervousness in her voice like this, especially when it comes to me. Of course, Mom. I have a few base styles there: drop waist, ball gown, sheath dress, A-line, trumpet, empire, mermaid, and once you think about which one, we can think about all the other details about it. I pore over them. Would it be okay if I gave you some adjectives and we go from there? Of course, sweetie. I love that idea. Well, so Lane and I work in fashion, so I'd like it to be fashion forward, but classic, I say. I can see her wince, almost imperceptibly, when I mention Lane's name. She purses her lips. I don't think she realizes how obvious she is. You're your own woman. You want to incorporate him into your wedding dress design? Yeah, Mom. I mean, it's a wedding, not a quinceañera. I roll my eyes and let out a soft sigh. I try my best to act polite and pretend she didn't say that. Don't take that tone with me. I'm just checking. Okay, go on, she says. Since we're both so Vegas, I want it a little dreamy and a little bit edgy, I say. Okay, so you want a dress that's a contradiction. I guess that makes some sense, since you're marrying someone who's your complete opposite. I give her a stern look. What? She says. Oh, come on, Mom. It seems like you have something to say to me. Why don't you come out and say it? Me? No, just, are you sure this is a good idea? You barely know him, and you don't know that family like I do. I'm boiling over. Mom, Did it ever occur to you that maybe you don't know them? You've held this grudge for what, 10 years? You really think nothing has changed in 10 years? I say. Well, a tiger doesn't change her stripes, even when stripes are completely out of fashion, in Grace Keller's case. Mom, come on. They're one of the most respected firms in the country. It's another woman-owned company. And she went out of her way to step on a black woman's business, she says. Mom, you're competitors. That's what companies do. Wouldn't it have been better to talk about it than make assumptions? Talk to her? Can you imagine? Oh, la-di-da, I have the best taste, and I deserve to have all the talent. Go back to the boonies. Okay, I think you're exaggerating. But also, Lane isn't like that. He's a good person. He's thoughtful. And most importantly, Mom, I love him, and he loves me. You know that for a fact? This is too much for me. Okay, criticizing the Kellers. It was annoying, but I could tolerate it. But now, you're gaslighting me and questioning my perception. My own heart. Come on, Mom. I'm sorry, baby. I trust you. I trust your judgment. It's just, I don't want you to have to rely on a man to succeed. Things are different now, she says. I know they are, Mom. And that's why it's okay that I'm marrying Lane. I can build my own identity even with a husband. Her expression softens. I can see the pain on her face and the pride she has in me. You're right, baby. As always. I just know what it's like for people to credit your accomplishments to your husband. It hasn't been easy for me, and it's still not, she says. And I really worry about you with a rich white CEO husband who already has a huge footprint in this industry. I want you to be recognized for all your brilliance. I sometimes forget that she's not just out to criticize me, but that she has a lifetime of hardship guiding her decisions. And she doesn't want me to go through any of the duress that she did. Mom, first, I want to thank you for loving me enough to tell me this. I know it can't be easy to risk alienating your only daughter, I say. I love you so much. I got mixed up with men and babies way too young. Even though you're the best thing that ever happened to me, it slowed me down, she says. I know how much potential you have. You have so much opportunity. I just don't want you to trade all that in just to be a wife and bake cookies, dreaming of what you could have been if only you stayed on your own. Even though I know she loves Rashawn, and that Rashawn loves her, I can see in her eyes her regret at not being able to start a company purely on her own, without help from a man. Thank you, Mom. It means so much coming from you. You've always been my idol. Did you know that? No, honey, I didn't, she says, her eyes watery and her mouth agape. I know you're my mom, so of course I always knew you were proud. But I've never really heard you say it like this before. I know, baby. I know. I should have said things like that a long time ago. I didn't come from the most expressive family. I think there was a part of me that thought if I praised you too much, you might get complacent and not see your potential through. But I think you're even more talented than I am. I've always thought that. Remember your home EC project to make an outfit for a Barbie doll? Oh my God. Yes, I totally forgot. I can't believe you remember that. You know your mother remembers everything. Just usually it's the bad stuff that I wind up bringing up, she says with a big cackle. Everyone in your class made little basic dresses. 2 pieces of fabric, poorly sewn together. You made her a whole punk rock outfit. Oh God, that leather jacket with rivets. That took ages. And don't forget the fringe hanging off of it, with those tiny little scissors. God, I even made her little miniature Doc Martens, I say. Wait, hang on, let me see. She runs out of the studio. A few minutes later, she runs back. Oh my God, you kept it. Of course. It's better than some of my senior designers' work, and you were 14. I've always been so proud of you, baby. Do I still make you proud, Mom? More proud every day. She puts her arms around me and gives me a kiss on my hair. I'm proud of you too, Mom. I really mean it. If she can surprise me this much, then maybe it's possible that her hatred toward the Kellers can change.
Chapter 17. Lane. 8 months. 8 months since I stepped out of that elevator and crashed into the woman whose face now occupies my mind night and day. But that's not where it ended, because Amani Thomas now occupies my heart as well. When I asked her to marry me as a way of getting back at our parents and teaching them a lesson, I had no idea what it would have grown into. But then how could I have been so ridiculously naive when she captured me from the moment I saw her? Idiot. Should have seen that one coming, I murmur to myself as I step out of the shower and reach for my towel. As I look back at myself in the steam-free mirror, I think maybe I subconsciously knew it would turn out this way. Perhaps the part of me that had already been captured by her didn't show itself until we were in deep. Well, it's too late now. Looks like the 5-mile run I've just been on hasn't done much to stifle everything that's going on with me right now. Sometimes weekends are the worst, because that's when there's less work to focus on and more of everything else. And these days that only ever includes Amani and our upcoming wedding. I decide to go to Inferno to shake off whatever I can, if anything. At least I can have a drink and hopefully catch some of the guys there, and pretend things aren't quite as dire as they feel right now. Once I'm dressed, I get in the car and make the short drive there, knowing that I'll probably need to leave the car there as I'm hoping to down a few stiff ones. Maybe I could even go a bit further if the mood takes me. Take full advantage of what they have to offer. I snort out and shake my head, as if I would now that I'm engaged, and as if any other woman could possibly make things better. There's only one woman that I'm interested in being with, and soon I will be. Just not in the way that I need it to be. For most of the drive to the club, all I can think about is the time in my office, where we finally let loose and lost it, enjoying each other's bodies after weeks of just playing at it. The office hasn't been the same since then. I can see and smell her constantly like she's imprinted on it. When she's not there, it just doesn't feel right. Envisioning running my hands over her curves makes my stomach clench. God, I'd do anything to be able to do that again. She has no idea what she does to me. If I could, I'd have spent each night since then worshipping her body, taking her to heaven and back again, over and over. Will I ever get the chance to do that, though? Could I ever let her know that she's become so much more to me than I could ever imagine? Doesn't seem fair to her, and it doesn't seem likely. We've spent 6 months planning a fake wedding, and yet now the way I feel about her is more real than anything that I've ever felt before. But I have no idea what to do with this. The feelings are intense enough. But add that to the mess I now find myself in, and it's a straight-up disaster. For days, I've wondered how I got it so wrong. Not only did I keep my enemy closer, I fell in love with her, blurring the lines between friends and enemies, boss and employee, real and fake. I pull up at the club, glad to be out of my head for a while, and hand the keys over to the valet. When I walk in, it's fairly quiet. I don't know why I expected anything different. It is a Sunday afternoon, after all. I decide to take a seat at the bar downstairs and not do anything stupid. That wouldn't go down well, due to the fact that I'm due to get married, and that so many of the guys that come here are now loving and dutiful husbands. I've got enough on my plate. I don't need people to think I'm an asshole, too. "What can I get you?" asks the bartender. "Scotch, double," I say, taking a seat at the bar. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those afternoons. "Of course," he says, and I know he won't be judging me sinking the doubles this time of the day. It's Vegas, after all, and this is Inferno. Anything goes. He pours me my drink and I throw it down, feeling the burn in my throat. "Another," I say, slamming down my glass harder than I meant to. He nods and does as requested, and it disappears as quick as the last one. As I slam the glass back down, Someone takes a seat next to me. He's large with dirty blonde hair. "Looks like a session," he says. "Better leave the bottle," he says to the bartender in Texan drawl. "Of course, sir," he says, placing the expensive scotch between us and giving him a glass. "Thanks," I say. "Creed, isn't it?" I've seen him here before, and it could be that we've even drunk together. But who knows when it comes to this place and the crazy times that have been had. "The one and only," he says. He smiles, fills his glass, and tops mine up. "Cheers." "Yep," I say unenthusiastically as I clink my glass against his. Lane Keller. The fashion guy?" "The one and only," I say, pressing my lips into a tight smile. "You heading upstairs today? Or just hugging the bar for the afternoon?" "Just here for some drinks. A few things on my mind, you know." I swirl the liquid in the glass, hoping it'll give me the answers I seek, like some fortune teller in a bad movie. "Yeah, buddy. I know, all right," he says. "Spent many a time here doing the same thing. And today?" I ask. "Just a quick drink. Things are different these days, since I got married and all." "You married?" "Engaged," I say. He shrugs. "You don't look like that's a good thing." "If you were in my position, you wouldn't either," I reply. But I don't go any further. She's a great girl, though. The best. "Well, I've got no advice to give, and I'm sure you wouldn't want it anyway. But hold on to her if that's the case and never let go. I know it can feel like you don't deserve him sometimes." That thought had never entered my mind. Not because I'm good enough for her, but because if she let me, I know I would treat her better than any other man alive. But a part of me gets where he's coming from. "I'll bear that in mind," I say. He takes his phone out of his pocket and smiles when he looks at it. "Well, that's my cue to leave," he says, his eyes lighting up. "That was quick. Take it that, sir?" He downs his drink and nods. "You take care now and remember what I said. Whatever's going on, I know you think you'll find it at the bottom of that bottle, but you probably won't. Take it from me. I know he's right, but I'm gonna give it a go anyway. Put it on my tab," he says to the bartender before patting me on the back. "Maybe see you again sometime." Pouring myself another, I can only wish that things work out for me the way they have for him, though I can't see that happening. I take my phone out and think about giving her a call, but then she'd know I've been drinking, which isn't typical for me on a Sunday afternoon. As usual, there are numerous messages from my mother, but I'll deal with those another time. For now, I just need to be left alone with my thoughts. Anything else I'll deal with tomorrow. The screen lights up, and Amani's name flashes as a text arrives. "Hope your Sunday is going okay. I'm with my parents. Need I say more?" It brings a smile to my face and a sudden burst of warmth to my chest. 6 months ago, at our engagement dinner, everything was so much different. Though we might have come across as less of a couple, it was in a way easier to deal with the pressure. We both knew where we stood, even if everyone else was completely in the dark. But these last few weeks have made me realize this is more than that now. From seeing her face for the first time, to feeling her lips against mine and moving inside of her. I want more than a piece of paper and a plan to foil our parents into setting aside their rivalry. Even though we've managed not to cause any major fights, it's not been an easy ride so far, and there's no telling how this is going to pan out. All I know is that I can't expect her to return the feelings I have for her, especially knowing how difficult it would be with her parents. Maybe I was wrong after all, and I've sacrificed my heart just to win, when all I've set myself up for is a loss of a much different kind. Nice one, Lane. You've really done it this time.
Chapter 18. Amani. You ready to plan your ass off? Make this the wedding of the century? Bonus points for special touches to piss off the mom squad, I say as we sit at his dining room table. It's my first time seeing Zion him alone since the escapade in his office, giving Vegas a view of the hottest sex I've ever had. We've been together at work, but never in private. The air feels tense with everything we aren't talking about. Sure, I guess now's as good as any, he says, nonchalantly. Want some wine to make it as painless as possible? Planning these things is torture for me. I'd love some. Thanks, Lane. He lopes into the kitchen, and I steal a glance at his taut ass, which looks fire in his tight jeans. I'm not used to seeing him dressed this casually. At the same time, he seems more formal than usual. I hope he's not annoyed that I'm here. So, have you given any thought to the venue? I have a whole list of the different things just to make decisions about favors, signature cocktail, whether there are any of other themes. And that's not even including special touches designed to make our parents crazy, I say with a grin. He comes back into the dining room, seemingly ignoring everything I've just said. Sorry, I missed that. Here's a Pinot Grigio from 1987 chilled. Supposed to be good. You a fan of wine? It's sort of a hobby of mine. I'm a fan of drinking it, but beyond that, I've never given it much thought. We clink glasses. To planning this whole crazy extravaganza, I suggest. To extravagance at least, he says. He downs the glass. I take smaller sips. Right. So there's also things like songs for the first dance, for the mother-son dance, father-daughter dance. Would be funny to pick out songs that get under our parents' skin somehow. He has a look on his face like he'd rather be anywhere but here, discussing anything but this. Hey, you play pool, Amani? He says. Why? Just asking, do you? Nah, I never learned. Was too busy trying to get straight A's and stay out of trouble. How about you? I love it. I hustled my way through college for extra money. One of my favorite things to do, he says. You want to learn? Sure, we can talk about the wedding while you teach me how to knock balls into holes, I say. Oh God, I sound so stupid. With him, everything sounds sexual. But that could just be because it's impossible not to think of sex when I'm around him. He's so fine. And anytime I see the outline of his muscles through his shirt or glance at his toned arms, I imagine him holding me up on his crotch, slamming into me, moaning. I think about how it felt to have him gyrating inside me and dripping out of me. I think about how much I want him again. Holding a big long shaft, knocking balls around, aiming for a slot in the edge of a table. I know I'm barely going to learn anything because my legs will be so unsteady from how much I want to feel him inside me. Sure. The game room is in the basement. Follow me, beautiful, he says. He already has the bottle of Pinot in a special ice bucket with built-in holders for 2 glasses. Beautiful. I can feel myself get a little wetter just hearing him say that word about me. To me. I go first down the creaky stairs, and he holds only my waist, his pelvis to my behind. I think I can feel the beginnings of a semi, but I put it out of my mind. Focus on the wedding planning, Amani. You don't have much time before you need all the details straight. His rec room is a bachelor's dream, but outfitted in an elegance that I could picture in a future home. I have to remind myself that this home won't actually be mine, because I'm not actually marrying him. But I could get used to having him in my bed every night. Oh, bachelor and bachelorette party too, I forgot. That's something else to plan. Yours could be at a billiard hall, but the most important thing is that our moms have to be at mine, and Rashawn has to be at yours. Yeah, he says offhandedly as he racks the balls. So what you do, Amani? You got your cue? Yep, right here. Okay, good. So you put the cue ball here, and then you break the triangle. Whichever ball goes in first, that person has stripes or solids, depending on which goes in. Here, I'll have you break. He comes over to me and he puts his arms on mine, standing behind me. I let in a gasp of air. He hovers his arms and moves mine gently back and forth. Then you hit it. Oh, good. Your solids. We play around, and he takes every liberty to help me with lining up my shots. Normally, I would resent the implication that I can't do it myself, but I think it's more that wants an excuse to keep his hands on me as much as I do. Occasionally, he'll tickle a patch of skin that's exposed from me planning my shot. Just above my jeans, my lower abdomen, the bottom of my neck. I don't care that it makes me miss every time. Every time I talk about planning, he changes the subject. It's becoming obvious he just wants to spend time talking to me. I love it, but it makes things even more confusing when the whole point of this is to plan our fake wedding to get back at our parents. Why is he avoiding the topic now? We talk about our childhoods, growing up with ambitious working moms busy trying to build businesses from scratch. I talk about what it was like when she broke the news to me that she was getting married to Rashon, and it wouldn't be just me and her anymore. He talks about what it was like when his mom first started the business, and he had to cook meals for the two of them. Money was tight, and they lived in a one-bedroom apartment. His mom slept on the sofa and gave him the bedroom. How she called him her little man, and sometimes still slips into it accidentally. I love hearing his stories. Still, every time he talks about his childhood with his mom, it reminds me why, even if I wanted to, we couldn't be together. There's too much bad blood, and we're too different. But are we? Because every story also sounds oddly familiar, like it could have been one from my own life. The more he talks, the more I realize that we're uniquely able to understand each other. With Lane's guidance, I'm winning. I'm not sure if it's the guidance he's giving me by helping me set up my shots, or if it's the distraction I detect when he looks at me hungrily while setting up his. You can see his mind working as he holds his stick between his fingers or powders the tip with chalk. There's no doubt his mind is elsewhere. He stares at me like a wolf when I dip the cue back and forth in my fingers, trying to aim. Every solid is now in but the 8 ball, and 2 of Lane's stripes are at the perimeter. It's my turn. This is it, baby. This is for the game. What do I get if I win? I say, looking at him with fierce attention. What do you want if you win? He says. I can feel his breath on my face. I'm tired of playing pool, and I'm tipsy on white wine. I move my hand to his ass and squeeze, and touch the tip of his shaft through his pants with my thumb and forefinger. He shudders. You don't have to win to have that, you know, he says to me. He licks his lips. Pushing me up against the table, he grinds into me. He takes my ass in both hands, squeezing hard, and lifts me up on the table. These two are insatiable. Unfortunately, we can't let you in on all the details here, as it's deemed too hot for YouTube. Find the unabridged version over at tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for additional savings on some great content. Back to it. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 19. Lane. Before getting married, my friend said the only fun part of wedding planning is using that little gun to pick out presents for your registry. But those friends don't have a fiancé like Amani. She makes everything fun. Even as a fake fiancé, she's everything. Both of us wake up to dueling texts from the Mom Squad, our little nickname for them. Along with the text from my mom, I have a text from Amani waiting. I'm thrilled to see the message from her on my phone. I already think of her first thing when I wake up, so it's like an extra cup of coffee to know that she was thinking of me too. Lane, I can't believe my mom. Look at this screenshot. Who sends 11 texts in a row about bridal shower sashes? I fire a response back. Them. My mom's slacking only 8 messages. Funny to imagine how mad she'd be if she knew. But quality over quantity. And every single message she sent. All caps. Every single one. They're neck deep in bridal shower planning, and more than ever, it's clear to me and Amani that they're kind of insane. And since none of it's real, it's also kind of hilarious. Still, a pang hits me whenever I have that thought. It isn't real. Because every day I spend with Amani, the more I wish it were. It doesn't take long to get a text back. Want to finally give in to the nagging and put our registry together? I hear those scan guns are cool. Play it cool, Lane, I warn myself before responding. Sure, let's do a registry. We won't tell them, only fair. Fraction of what they've put us through, I text back. Sounds good. Pick me up 10 a.m.? See you then. Turns out we're spending the day going around town, picking out gifts for our registry, at the behest of the Mom Squad. If they were born in another time, they'd be generals of an army. Now they're just directing me and Amani as their own personal troops, doing their bidding, just like they've always done with us. Is it any wonder that Amani and I make such a good team? We both grew up with the same overbearing influence of type A control freak mothers who never met an order they didn't like to give. It's destined to be a whirlwind tour of the most luxurious, opulent stores in the city. We're not going to actually be going through with the wedding, so why not go all out with the registry? No one's going to have to buy us these gifts. Maybe that's a reason why we've been putting off the registry. Because then we have to decide what we're actually going to do. In all our planning, we formulated no way out of this when the time comes to find the escape hatch. Hey, fiancé, she says as she gets into the passenger side. You ready? Full steam ahead, I say. Let's do it. It's a full day. First, Summerlin, for Sur La Table, Williams-Sonoma, and Pottery Barn. Then to Fashion Show Mall, Saks, Nordstrom, and Neiman Marcus. And Amani wants to choose a China pattern at Tiffany & Company. The moms told us to make sure we have enough gifts on the registry for everyone they know to get a gift. I don't think we'll disappoint. So I've done some research, Amani says in the car. I've looked on the websites and I've made sure to flag some of the more ridiculous items. Like, who knew anyone would ever need a pizza oven the size of a toaster oven? Goes from 0 to 750 degrees in 2 minutes. We naturally have to register for a full-size pizza oven too, of course. She rattles off a list of a few of the things we absolutely need. At least what the fictional versions of ourselves need. Like a semi-automatic espresso machine, normally $3,300, now at the bargain basement price of $2,200. In the early morning label spree, the store staff gathers around us, talking about what a cute couple we are. We run around like that old TV game show, Supermarket Sweep, where crazed contestants try to pack in as much valuable stuff in the shopping cart before the buzzer goes off. Maple chopping block for $1,000, give or take. Hanging double wine rack for $800, with a convenient wine glass row. Expanding outdoor dining table for $5,000. Breadbasket with ginkgo leaf design for $300. And who doesn't need a $500 ceramic rooster? We register for practical items too. Blender, toaster, knife set, throw pillows, Dutch ovens, bedding, vacuum cleaner, cookbooks. And for some of the items that strike us as impractical at first, we have a change of heart, like an ice cream compressor priced at $750 that makes homemade frozen treats in less than an hour. Can you imagine on a summer's day going for a swim, then coming back to fresh ice cream? Amani asks. We should get this. Right. Maybe I'll get some of this stuff for myself, for real sometime. Her smile droops for a moment before going back to the task at hand. Okay, buying all this kitchen stuff. Now I'm starving, Lane, she says. I can feel my stomach grumbling. Let's go to Cassie, I say. I'd kill for some ricotta pancakes. Then we can figure out our plan of attack for Fashion Show Mall. We spend most of the drive from the outer edge of Vegas to the Strip in silence, preserving our strength after the fast-paced consumer frenzy until we can revive ourselves with food. It's not just the toll of the breakneck gift-picking trip that has me in a state of meditation. All morning, I've been thinking about what to do with the gifts, which invites in thoughts about what we're going to do as the big day gets closer. I don't know what I'm more nervous about, breaking the news or not being able to escape in the fantasy of getting married to Amani. I constantly have to remind myself it's not real. It's not real. No matter how many times I say it to myself, it still doesn't quite sink in. God, I just want to order everything. I'm so hungry, Amani says. Get it all, Amani. Today's your day. But there's no way I can eat it all. Plus, I have a wedding dress I need to fit into. Then again, we know who to ask if we need alterations. If I wind up having to wear it, Amani says. A silence hangs in the air. We're playing our own personal game of chicken, where neither of us wants to bring it up first. I decide I'll be the one to say it. We haven't talked about what we're going to do, how far we're going to go, I say. I know, Amani says. I've been thinking about it a lot, even before today. But now, with all the gifts, I can't ask people to buy us this stuff. Imagine how betrayed they'll feel. I don't want to make the rift between our families any worse either. Duping people into spending money, only for it to be fake. Sure seems like it could bring Grace and Latia to their breaking point, not to mention Rashawn. I don't even want to think about it, but I guess we have to. When do we pull the plug? It's been so much fun doing all this stuff with you, I have to admit. Yeah, same here. Better than actually getting married, I say. And it's really nice to see little baby steps with the shower planning, as far as the mom squad. Yeah, it's like we're looking for this sweet spot, where they can have a little moments planning the shower, but where we don't actually have to accept any of the gifts, Amani says. They're already obsessed with this bridal shower, I say. My mom had her assistant looking at catering menus all week. She had her put it into a deck and give a presentation to help her decide, Amani says. And you know them. If they don't get on the same page about it, they'll kill each other, or make you have 2 showers. God, I thought dealing with them for 1 shower was hell enough. Can you imagine them having to grit their teeth through a party planned exclusively by the other one? As hilarious as it would be. Yeah. But then we'd be the ones who'd have to hear for the next 20 years about the faux pas of serving red velvet cupcakes at a bridal shower. Is that a faux pas? Who knows? Well, they probably would. If it's not, they decide it is on the spot. They'll be telling the grandchildren 10 years down the line. The brood of fake grandchildren. They try to recruit them to each other's sides, like a prison gang, courting new members. We explode into laughter and toast each other to this. All of it starts coiling into a knot in my stomach. The idea of calling it off makes my heart hurt a little. I keep trying to come to grips with the fact that it's going to be over soon. My conscious mind knows it, but no matter how hard I try, it's impossible to convince myself. But there's also no point in trying to convince Amani to take me seriously. Funny as it is, there's a certain bitterness to imagining future grandchildren being pitted to take sides in this war. That's exactly what would happen if Amani and I were serious, which is why it's pointless to imagine anything else. Plus, I want to finish picking out these crazy items for our registry. So let's finish the shopping spree, Amani says. And then we'll let them keep planning the shower and go from there, I say. Go team, she says and gives me a high five. The gift shopping spree loses a little of the zest of the morning after bringing ourselves back down to earth. The realization that this will be ending soon drives me to take it all in and savor everything as much as possible. The look on her face when she sees an item she genuinely loves. The elated twinkle in her eye when she sees an item that's truly ridiculous. The way she taps my shoulder over and over when she sees something that will make our moms crazy. At Tiffany, she registers us for wheat leaf bone china, picking out the full set, and silver with an Art Deco motif. I duck away for a moment, telling her I want to get something for my mother. But really, I pick out a bracelet that has the same wheat leaf motif. A souvenir from the happy days when we were fake engaged. When the shower comes, I figure it's one gift she can keep, even if everything else about this is about to vanish.
Chapter 20. Amani. Mom and I walk into the cafe and spot Grace from across the room. We agreed to meet her to discuss the shower, and this seemed as neutral a location as any. She lifts a gloved hand and waves as if she's the Queen of England. I half expect her to touch her pearls, but as we approach, I realize she isn't wearing any. She stands and reaches toward Mom as if for a hug, but then stops and sort of pats her on the elbows. I can feel the tension radiate from them, palpable as pudding and twice as thick. This is a terrible idea. Seeing that my mother will in no way reciprocate Grace's awkward greeting, I lean in to give her a quick peck on the cheek before seating myself and hoping they follow suit. They do, but they keep smoothing their dresses and fiddling with their menus as if they've forgotten how to make small talk. Maybe I can get them to find common ground in their mutual frustration with us. So, how did you both enjoy the little registry we came up with the other day? My mother and my boss each glare at me as if I should know very well how much they enjoyed it. I hate being in the middle. Still, they look back at their menus and Grace ventures, "I always enjoy going shopping with Lane. He's so quick and decisive, and so are you." Mother snorts. "Decisive about the most expensive things they could possibly ask for, you mean? Who wouldn't just add everything under the sun to their registry list? A personal pizza oven, really? And a ceramic rooster?" Grace counters. "Now, Latia, surely you remember what it was like to be young and in love. They're enthusiastic is all?" Mom does not like to be called to task. "Enthusiastic? Huh. Save the enthusiasm for where it counts, if you ask me. Your boy is going to need a whole lot of enthusiasm if he's going to hold on to a girl like this. She's always been more level-headed than any of that nonsense. Watch out you aren't being stuck with a child instead of a husband." I don't think I've ever been more embarrassed in my life. But then Grace speaks again. "I'm sure he has plenty of maturity to take care of a woman, if she isn't a prima donna. Not that I'm saying you are, of course, Amani," she adds hastily, realizing her insult veered a bit wider than she intended. Strike one, I think to myself. Neither lady is looking up from her menu to make these comments. I'm afraid one of them is about to say, "Will you tell her I'm not talking to her?" I press my lips together and take a deep breath, jumping in before either of them can get any more carried away. "You know, I've heard excellent things about the chef's salad at this cafe, and the bistro sandwiches are supposed to be to die for." They both redirect to that portion of the menu. I change the subject again, hoping to keep them on their toes. "Do either of you know where you'd like to hold the shower?" Grace brightens and finally looks up from her menu. "Well, I was thinking it might be nice to hold it at the tea lounge. Perfect for an early afternoon on the weekend with everyone dressed up and giving you beautiful things. What do you think?" I can practically feel my mother rolling her eyes. She thinks it's old. Why would a contemporary woman want something that sounds like it comes straight out of Victorian England? "Oh, it's old, is it? Well then, where would you like to have it?" Maybe we should ask Amani where she wants to have her wedding shower. But she asked us, remember? Am I not allowed to have ideas? Am I not allowed to have a say in a wedding shower I'm partially responsible for financing? She may be right, but she doesn't have to say it so harshly. In fact, that goes for both of them. I'm honestly beginning to wonder if this is all worth it. I mean, why put up with this much frustration for something that was never real in the first place? It certainly doesn't seem to be bringing them any closer together. I wait for the familiar pang to come up when I remember that none of this is real, that I'm not a bride, that I'm not getting married, and that there won't be a wedding shower. But here, listening to them argue, all I can feel is relief that I don't have to deal with this much longer. How much longer do I have to deal with this? Well, I think we should have it at a club. Something nice and exclusive, like the one Rashon is always talking about. I know Lane is a member too. Bonfire or incendiary or whatever. Why don't we have it there? My mom is getting the look on her face that says she's more than willing to meet Grace's challenge of who can spend the most money. They don't really do parties, Mama. Not like this. She turns on me. Oh, they don't, do they? Then what exactly is the point of joining such an exclusive club if members can't plan something as necessary as a wedding shower? My voice gets small of its own accord. I just meant that it's not really that kind of club. It's something like that would be entirely inappropriate for this gathering, Latia. Strike two. If there's one thing my mother hates more than being taken to task, it's being condescended to. Mom's eyes narrow to slits. Oh, would it? A gathering of young people at a club is so strange. Well, this will be open to all ages, will it not? The goal of a wedding shower, after all, is to invite the people who can afford to get you the gifts for which you registered. As you pointed out, some of the gifts on their registry would require guests of some substance. Oh boy. I know what the goal of a wedding shower is, Grace. But wouldn't Lane like his friends there? This is getting out of hand. I'm sure he would, but if I'm planning a wedding shower for his bride, I want it to be a shower I can actually come to. He can plan his party on his own time. This party should be open to old ladies. I didn't say you were old. I said your idea was old. Don't be so sensitive. Sensitive? Enough! I hold my hand up and try not to raise my voice. We're beginning to attract attention, and the waiter is coming to take our orders. I wait until he leaves. Why don't we hold it at the water grill? Both women look at me like they hadn't even considered something so outlandish, but I press on. They have that glassed-in area and a patio we could choose between. And I heard they just started letting small parties sit right next to the tanks and exhibition kitchen. Grace looks thoughtful. I suppose it would allow us to include both young and not so young people, yes? Well, yes. That was the point of suggesting it, I think. But I don't want to sink to their level of petty snark. And we could look into renting the whole space for the reception, Mom adds. How many people did you think of inviting? Well, it really doesn't matter. That restaurant has to hold at least 500. Oh, let's not, I start. 6 if we have a standing reception. Grace already has the restaurant's website pulled up on her phone. Oh, look at these decorations. She holds her screen to where Mother can see it. Mom gasps and rushes to pull the images up on her own device. Look at that. That would be perfect. Oh, and they have floor plans. Hold on. Now that they finally agree on something, they're running amok. Would they allow us to put up flowers? Maybe some draperies? Grace muses. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mom has temporarily forgotten her complete hatred of all things, Grace Keller. What are your colors, dear? Grace barely looks up. Blush and sage, but oh, perfect. Very understated. Wonderful for colorful venues. Have you chosen a venue? I don't think now is the time to tell them about Cabo, but I don't even have the chance. It's Caesar's Palace, Mother chimes in. They have so many event rooms and gardens to choose from. Why would they have the wedding anywhere else? They can literally just walk down the hall. Actually, Oh, and the dress would have to match the decor, of course, Grace says. Don't buy anything. I'll design it myself. Mom falls silent. What's the matter? She looks at me and I'm speechless as well. Mother finally answers. We've already started designing the gown. Amani and I are doing it together. Grace blusters. Oh, come now. Surely you'd like it to be designed professionally? Strike 3. Mother bristles. What are you saying? Grace backpedals. Nothing. It's just that with such an important event, Mother gets to her feet, all the old animosity flooding back to her memory. I'll have you know that Jabali Fashions is every bit as professional as Grace Keller, and a wedding gown is between a bride and her mother. Grace joins her in a standing position, and I drop my head into my hands. What an unmitigated disaster. There's no law that says the groom's mother can't participate. I'm a couture designer. Why wouldn't I get involved in the most high-class event for the person I love most? Oh, we're not high-class enough for you, is that it? That's not what I said. It's what you meant. Grace gathers her things. I don't have to sit and take this from you. Amani, I'll see you at work. She stalks out of the cafe, heels echoing on the tiles. It's then that I notice the waiter standing next to the table holding a tray of food, mouth agape. I wave to gain his attention. Excuse me? He looks at me as though he's seen a ghost. We'll take our orders to go.
Chapter 21. Lane. The office is quiet without Amani here. I miss her gentle confidence and grace. I find myself missing her more every second we are apart. Recalling the eventuality that we will have to break off our engagement is really starting to take a toll on me. I want her to stay. I want her to want to stay. Excellent job. Genius. Falling for your own scam. The last several months have been incredible. What started as a hilarious joke has become some of the most fun and enlightening times of my life. I definitely cannot deny that I have feelings for her at this point. This woman is going to kill me. I mumble to myself. The day I crashed into her, my life was changed. Those full lips and those loose curls falling across her face. I couldn't breathe for a moment. Watching her fumble with the papers I knocked out of her hands, time was suspended and movement was impossible. I was devastated by the tingles that ran through me when I pulled her close to me and kissed her at our engagement party. The first time I really doubted whether I had caught feelings. I wanted to exist in that moment forever. That should have been my first clue this was out of control. Was it really ever under control, though? The delicious sex in my office, her mouth all over my shaft, her bouncing up and down on me, her giant mounds rippling as she slowly reached that glorious pinnacle, squeezing me with her tight, wet heat. I twitch in spite of myself. That was probably my second missed opportunity to walk away from this disaster. Creating our wedding registry and being as ridiculous as we possibly could. Spending the day laughing and shopping with this incredible and confident young woman, watching her eyes sparkle at the items she really wants, wanting to be the one who gets her everything she wants. Yep, that was clearly clue 3. Or maybe like 10. When we talked about when we should pump the brakes on this ruse, my heart stopped. I do not want it to end. I want this wedding to be real. I want her to not be the daughter of our biggest competitor, so it could be. So we could have a future that wouldn't involve the worst Christmas dinners of our life for eternity. I've fallen head over heels for this amazing, talented, and vivacious woman, and it is supposed to come crashing to a halt any day now. It is even difficult to focus on work. I just want to find her, hold her, kiss her, ravage her. I try to get back to looking over the designs that we have mocked out when I hear a knock on my door. I stare stupidly at it for a moment. Come in. I have no idea who could be knocking on my door right now. The last person I would have expected steps into the space. My brow furrows as he crosses to my desk. Ration Gardner holds his hands up, as if in defeat. Don't look like that, Keller. I don't come to make trouble. I'm here only as your soon-to-be father-in-law. My eyes narrow, but I gesture for him to take a seat. He nods politely and lowers into a chair. What can I do for you, Rashawn? He bristled at the familiarity, which gives me a streak of satisfaction. I keep it hidden under my blank face. I just wanted to discuss the assets of the happy couple before this marriage is finalized. Some things need to be addressed. I hope that is all right. I raise an eyebrow. Don't you think that is something I would discuss with Amani? So what do you and I have to talk about? I think it would be a good idea to draft a prenuptial agreement, as this is a community property state. It would be beneficial to discuss the importance of the individual assets. Marriage can complicate matters when there is a business involved. Did he even acknowledge my previous statement? While I still believe this is a conversation for me and my bride, I suppose that is fair, I reply, especially when we both have significant inheritances. I look back down at my desk, busying my hands with the papers in front of me. His presence is irritating and starting to cause me to get flustered, especially with the lack of propriety on Rashawn's behalf. I've made it clear it's not his place to get in the middle, but he's not leaving. It's almost not worth all this just to stick it to this jackass. I don't want him stuck to me like a burr from now on. Oh no, you misunderstand. I want to be very clear on this point. Amani Thomas is not going to be inheriting Jabali fashions. So if that is your plan, to buy us out by marrying her, you can put that thought out of your mind. You Kellers have enough business without getting a hold on my company. I hope what you are offering Amani is substantial enough for her. My eyes flick up at the man sitting in front of me, with fire in my blood. His company? He's far too presumptuous for his own good. The cool, relaxed look on his face makes me want to rearrange it. I stick out my chin, battle ready. Wait, what? Is that really what you think I am doing? I have no issues with keeping our companies separate. I just agreed to your arrangement moments ago. But Amani is your only child, the only logical heir to the company. What do you mean she isn't inheriting? I'm starting to get worked up. How can he do that to her? She's about to lose everything for my stupid joke. God, has this backfired in the worst possible way? My eyes narrow, zeroing in on the prick in front of me. I decided to mentor and train someone to step into my position, to take over the company when I retire. Someone who is of a similar mind to myself, who can be trusted with the business. What the hell does that mean? She is your daughter. You should be training her. How could you think about bringing in someone else? I stand up and slam my hands on the desk. It's better this way. Amani is not capable of doing the work. Your soon-to-be wife is much better suited here as your subordinate, like she's choosing to be. He seems completely calm about the things he is saying to me, and that makes the situation even more frustrating. Stepchild or not, is he honestly talking about his daughter like that? Amani is capable of way more than you give her credit for. I have seen what she can do. I know exactly what she is able to manage. I speak through gritted teeth, trying to find a way to backpedal out of this disaster. God, this is all my fault. What did I do to this poor woman's life? Even so, it has been decided. I'm glad you see things my way on the prenuptial agreement. It would be really embarrassing if this became an argument. Hopefully you can put Amani to good use here. Get out. My tone is colder than ice. Eyes fixed on his false expression, the blood in my veins is boiling. Rashawn still seems unfazed by the interaction, but I am barely holding it in. I need him out of here before I lose my temper for real. He stands, and for a brief moment, there seems to be a sneer moving across his face. See you around, son. It is a deliberately malicious statement, and my thoughts suddenly recall the way I taunted him when we first announced our engagement. He turns and leaves without any further conversation or confrontation, closing the door gently behind him. My mind is racing. How could he do this to her? He is nothing without Latia's designs, and Amani is the future of that fashion line. Rashawn is just the businessman. He had no right. If this is really true, why would he ask me to sign a prenup? If she has nothing to inherit, then it would only benefit me. What was the point of this visit? To piss me off? Cannot deny that it is working. Did Latia really agree to this? To edge out her own flesh and blood in favor of her husband's ego? Could Amani's family truly be so cruel? Amani is going to be crushed. and I can't help feeling horribly, horribly guilty that this is all my fault. I put her into this situation as a lark, never dreaming how bad it would get for her. No wonder she was hesitant to tell her parents. My own mother, despite her many flaws, would never be capable of such cruelty. I'd never seen this coming. I know I need to tell her, but I have no idea how to break it to her. Is Ration really malicious enough to steal her birthright because of me? I rake my fingers through my hair. Have to give her the chance to fix this, if at all possible. Even if that takes me out of the picture. I'll give Rashan what he wants and walk away. I text her, asking her to come and see me in the office. Then I stew a little longer, waiting for that beautiful woman to walk through the door of my office. I decide I need to keep it light, to ease into the devastation of delivering this news. I'm trying to pep talk myself into some semblance of calm, the quiet rhythm of my pace having little soothing effect. I care about this girl, and I cannot do anything else to hurt her. Those big brown doe-like eyes staring into my soul makes me want to change everything. Imagining tears forming in them is a horror I can't bear. I have to take care of her, no matter the cost. I pace a little longer, planning the conversation in my head. I heard footsteps approaching in the hall and positioned myself behind my desk. Here goes nothing.
Chapter 22. Amani. Lane is standing behind his desk waiting for me. His looks take my breath away. He is so handsome, and now that I know how caring he is, I can't deny that he is a good catch for any girl that he marries. It's a shame that girl won't be me. Amani, how are you today? His voice sounds nervous. I catch on to it right away. He comes out from behind his desks and gives me a hug. Though we've touched plenty of times, something about this one makes a red flag go up. Sit down, Amani, and I'll get us both something to drink. I'm fine, I answer warily. Something is off. I can sense it. Lane looks at me with his beautiful eyes, and I see compassion there and a softness that is a contrast to his steely will. Then he sighs. Okay, let's still sit down. We normally share the couch, but for some reason today I want to avoid that. I pick a leather club chair next to the sofa instead, wanting to protect my space. Something flickers in his eyes at the movement, but he doesn't say anything. He sits on the couch, leaning forward. Amani, you should know that Rashan came here asking me to sign a prenup. What? I exclaim. He did what? Did you sign it? You made sure it didn't say anything about calling off an engagement, right? My mind is spiraling, trying to imagine what my stepfather came here to trick Lane into. Did he suspect this was fake? I told him that I didn't mind, but I would discuss it with you. It gets worse, though. He pauses, chewing his lip nervously. He told me that if I'm marrying you to get a stake in Jabali, we might as well call the whole thing off, because he's training someone else to run things when he retires. He has no intention of leaving you the business. Lane's green eyes are deep and worried. He leans forward, putting a hand on my knee as if to comfort me. I barely register it, reeling from news that feels like a slap in the face. Can it be true? It can't be. Rashan might be my stepfather, but I've called him Dad since I was 8 years old. No matter how upset he is about this wedding, he wouldn't do that. But then I consider just how strongly he feels about the Kellers trying to steal his business. And I'm not so sure anymore. How did this go so far? It was never supposed to be all this. The problems between our parents, who will never stop fighting and are giving me gray hair, are bad enough. But this is forever. This is me getting kicked out of my own life's work, shunned from the family dynasty that was supposed to be mine someday. If this is Rashan's way of calling our bluff, he has succeeded. It's a low blow, but a winning one. It is now or never. It sinks in what I must do. Lane, this has all gone far enough. I want out. Lane's brow wrinkles, and he just nods at first. His eyes are sympathetic. I understand. he finally says when neither of us speak. You do? Of course I do. I feel like I've put you into this mess, and it's all my fault. I am appalled that you will lose your place at your mother's design house if you stay here. We can't let that happen. We? Yes, Amani. We are in this together. I'm not going to just hang you out to dry after the trouble I've caused. I should be relieved at this point that he said, we. I don't want to be alone facing Rashawn or my mother for that fact. But he's wrong. This isn't for the two of us. Becoming a way, even a fake way, is what got me into this in the first place. There is no way, Lane. It is just me. Aren't you forgetting that this is just a ruse to get under our parents' skin? I'm done with all of this. You can stop thinking about we from now on. Lane says nothing. I half almost hope he might say that it isn't all just pretend, but he says nothing. I can't help feeling a bit hurt that he isn't willing to fight for me at all, but I decide it must be for the best. What would I do if he asked me to stay? The idea is ridiculous. I don't blame you, he promises me. I never saw this coming. I'm so sorry I put you in this position at all. I sigh. Honestly, neither did I. But it's more than just that. The whole thing has felt so out of control for a while now. Our moms still hate each other, and it's been months of listening to them snipe. I'm just so tired of all of this. He nods. Yeah, I get that. He rubs the back of his neck. Look, if there's anything else I can do to help, just let me know, okay? There will always be a place for you here at Grace Keller, if you need it. Though I hope it doesn't come down to that. It shocks me a little. How after all this, he's still making it about the business. I guess I should be grateful that he's promising me a job here. But after all this time together, is that really all it is? We're back to coworkers when the engagement is off. I'm feeling my anger brewing, but I can't decide if I'm angry at Rashawn or Lane because of how indifferent he is acting. I think the answer might be both, but I control myself. Amani, you have to do what is right for you. Stop thinking about other people. Even now, it feels like you're defending yourself to me. Anyone would agree with your choice. You're allowed to act in your best interest. Most people do. Do you think that I'm just thinking of myself? I'm not saying that, Amani. I'm saying that you deserve to be thinking of yourself. This statement makes me cool down. I take a breath. Lane, no hard feelings? Of course not. This is the moment when he would hug me. Instead, he crosses the room to his desk, not even making eye contact as I walk out the door. It stings worse than Rashawn's betrayal.
Chapter 23. Lane. It kills me to let Amani walk away. When she is gone, I don't smell her sweetness anymore. It leaves me with an ache in my heart. I feel so bad that she is hurting. The things that are happening to her hurt me too. I've never been this connected to anyone else. I'm ashamed to admit that usually in relationships it's all about me. Yet this relationship with Amani is different. I really care what is happening in her life. My instinct is to go in and fix everything. But I know that this time, I can't. She is right about everything. And the worst thing is that I've created this mess. I feel so guilty for dragging her into all of this. Fake weddings and fake relationships are right up my alley. I have to admit that sometimes I'm not a good person. I'm always thinking about the bottom line and not the persons involved in the little schemes that I think up. I wish that I could punch Rashawn and tell him off for what he has done to Amani. She doesn't deserve what he is dishing out. After only an hour, I can't stand being in my office anymore. Every time the door swings open, I hope it is Amani. I'm crushed each time it isn't. I'm leaving for the day, Alice. Yes, sir. Forward your calls. No, I'm through for the day. I'll be at Inferno if you need me. Yes, sir. Alice goes back to her project, and I walk out to the elevator and then down to my car. All I can think of is a nice cold Crown Royal with a splash of club soda. The tourists are out and about. I ignore them as I drive to Inferno. I could run over someone and just keep going. That's how foul my mood is. When I get to Inferno, I am glad for the elegance inside the club. The warmth of the wood paneling and the red carpet soothes me. I go to sit at the bar, just wanting some peace and quiet. My skin crawls when I see Rashawn across the room, and I know that I'm not going to have any peace. I go to the bar to order my drink. Barney nods and fixes up my drink. He hands it to me, and I take my first swallow. The drink burns going down my throat. I love that feeling, believe it or not. I wait for it every time. As I expected, Rashawn comes to sit next to me. This guy is such a jerk for everything he is doing to Amani. I want to punch him in the jaw. Good evening, Lane. Good evening, Ration. How are you this evening? The guy is acting like nothing is happening at our design houses. To him, Amani must be a minor thing. She is everything to me, and it pains me to realize that I am the true jerk here for what I have done to her. It's my fault, not Rashawn's, that she is so miserable about her life. None of this would have happened without my bright ideas. How is Amani? Rashawn asks. How can she be fine after what you have done? What have I done? You've ruined everything with your goal to push Amani out of the business. Seems like you are the one pushing her out of the window. What do you mean? I know you are up to no good, Lane. This wedding of yours is a scheme, isn't it? Don't blame me for protecting my assets and my family. Once her mind is made up, she might just have to learn about you the hard way. It kills me to let it happen, but what else can I do? That doesn't mean I'm going to make it easy on you. This guy has hit a nerve. I feel like a submarine that has a missile coming towards it. It isn't right that you are taking away her rightful place at your family business. I try to be on the offensive and strike him first, stop him from poking holes in our fake relationship that I don't want to think about right now. She isn't with us anymore, Rashawn points out. It's not like she left naturally. You sent her to spy on us. And you turned her, didn't you? Turned her? She's not really a spy, Rashawn. Don't treat her like one. Whatever, Lane. If she was willing to walk out on you with a threat from me, I guess what you were promising her wasn't worth sticking around for. If this was real, she'd pick you first every time. You should be thanking me for helping you both dodge a bullet. Unless, of course, you were only after her for Jabali in the first place. Rashawn's jaw tightens. He puts his drink down and balls his fist. I know he wants to hit me, but he also doesn't want to make a scene here in Inferno. I'm not going to stick around and listen to any more of your nonsense. You think what you want, Lane. I know what I'm doing, and you left me no choice. With that, Rashawn finishes his drink. Barney, my good man, good night. He deliberately ignores me in his farewell. Ration gets off the bar stool and walks away from the bar. Barney sighs and keeps drying glasses. I know he heard the whole thing, but his face is blank and professional. If he has an opinion, he is too professional to share it with me. I think of the feud that has been going on with our design houses. It's funny how it didn't used to matter to me that my mother was having a feud with Latia Garner. That was my mother's thing. I used to go along with it, never asking questions. Now the feud is part of my personal life. I've lost something so valuable and precious, Amani, because of the hostile feelings on both sides. I thought I could punish our parents for what they are doing. I thought it was a brilliant idea to pretend to marry Amani. But a lie is still a lie. I'm not better than Rashawn. In fact, I might be a worse person than he is. Amani's future is at stake because of my wrongdoings. She'll be stuck watching someone else take over her position. A designer as brilliant as Amani should not be pushed to the back of the line. I guess I've gotten what I wanted. Jabali Fashions is not going to be as good as it can be without Amani pushing the company forward. Knowing that I've caused this to happen makes me sick to my stomach. I chug the rest of my drink. Barney, what about another? Sure thing, boss. Barney stops drying glasses to make me another drink. He places it in front of me. Thanks, man. I really need this. I drink my drink in silence and think of how beautiful Amani is. The way her dresses drape over her voluminous curves, and the way her skin is so smooth to the touch. Why did I do what I did? Was it all part of revenge, or did I always secretly want Amani for myself only? Rashawn's words echo in my head. As much as I hate to admit it, there's at least a grain of wisdom there. If it was true love, she would have picked me, wouldn't she? But as he pointed out, I must have not been offering her enough to stick around. And he isn't wrong. As far as she knew, it was always just a con. She realized she drew the losing hand and decided it was time to cut her losses. I can't fault her for that. But if I offered her more, would she have stayed? She doesn't need Rashawn, not really. Let him take away Jabali. She can have anything she wants at Grace Keller. In fact, she'd have more opportunities if she committed to a future with us. I want it all from Amani. I want her so badly, and my need has nothing to do with what she can do at our design house. What am I doing at this bar, sitting and drinking my life away? There's no guarantee that Amani feels any kind of love on her end. I could go to her, promising the moon, and still be told no. But it's at least worth a shot, isn't it? If I make her a better offer than a few months as my fake fiancé, maybe she wouldn't leave after all. And it's a risk I have to take. She's the most amazing woman I've ever known. I can't let her go that easily, Rashawn or no Rashawn. It has nothing to do with our stupid game anymore. I'm in love with her. It's time to come clean and see if it's enough reason for her to want to stay.
Chapter 24. Amani. The sun is streaming into the windows of my studio office. With it should come joy, but that's the last thing I feel today. I am working from home today, so I am still in my pajamas. The best advice about working at home is that you should be as professional at home as you are at work. But that's not me today. Dad has assigned me some work, but it feels so useless because I know that he will reject or ignore anything that I bring to him now. He is one to keep grudges, that's for sure. With everything on my mind, I can't seem to design anything that is worth showing to anybody. Every time I put pencil to paper, the result comes out horrible. I think I have lost my muse. Every artist has a muse that helps them to be the best that they can be. But today, mine must not be here. I don't feel her, and that's not a good thing. Maybe I really made a mistake with how I handled my stint at Keller Designs. I was supposed to go there to give our team a leg up. I went as a spy, and I ended up sort of defecting to the other side. I can see how Rashawn is upset about this, but the whole thing is stupid and immature. He should not have put me in that position in the first place. The phone rings, and for a moment my heart stops beating. I want it to be Lane, but when I check the caller ID, it is an unknown caller. My heart starts beating again, slower and disappointed, but it still beats. I've got nothing to do, so I answer the call anyway. Hello? Miss Thomas? I am calling about your bridal registry. My heart sinks. I'm sorry to tell you, but I won't be needing the registry anymore because the wedding is off. There is silence on the other line for a few minutes. I feel my face heating up, all over a stupid fake wedding. This person is probably feeling pity for me. I'm so sorry to hear that, Miss Thomas. If I may be of any help to you in the future, please contact me. We didn't get anything from our registry, did we? I mean, we just opened it the other day. Well, actually, you did receive some of the items, like the toaster. I want to laugh when I think of that silly toaster Lane and I picked out. Instead, I get a lump in my throat thinking of Lane. Hello, Miss Thomas? I swallow hard to get that lump to go away. It doesn't, but I answer the girl anyway. Yes? I will be happy to help you with any and all exchanges that you might have. Just how many items are we talking about? Oh, about 50. 50? I can't believe it. Well, it was mostly 2 people giving the gifts. It hit me then that the mom squad had been in competition over the registry. Again, I think of Lane. If he was here, we would laugh at this. I hang up the phone and try to hold back the tears. This is just too much for me. I pick up my sketching pencil and start to draw again. My thoughts go back to Rashawn. The marks I am making on the paper grow darker as I take my anger out on the page. Well, it might have been a mistake, what I did. But even if I had been the perfect spy, there is no guarantee that Rashawn would have let me be more active. He is dead set on running things and doesn't let anyone else do a thing that he doesn't command. To be honest, the most baffling part of him training someone else to take over is wrapping my head around him letting anyone else do anything at all. Just because it was always suggested someday I would run the company, it doesn't mean it would have actually happened. My dad's going to hold those reins till he's old and gray. I'd step in just in time for my own retirement. I wish that I had a pet to cuddle right now, a cat or a loyal dog, because it seems to me that everyone has a hidden agenda. Animals are more loyal than people are. Even Lane had his own agenda. He only ever saw this as a fun joke. He was almost too willing to let me go when it got bad enough. I try to push down the nagging voice that wants to remind me it was only ever supposed to be a joke. And it's my own damn fault for catching feelings. You and he were just fooling around. It's not his fault this all blew up in your face. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at your family who has never taken you seriously. As long as you've been in this business, you got the biggest breaks of your career thanks to Lane, I mutter. And it's true. One thing I have to admit is that Lane always took my opinions seriously. He thought I was a talented worker, which is more than I've ever gotten at Jabali. Maybe I made a mistake picking a future there, just because it's the family business. Maybe I should have stayed at Grace Keller. I pick up the phone, half tempted to call Lane, not necessarily even to go back. I could just tell him about the registry, hear his voice again. It's tempting, and for a long moment, I consider it. But in the end, I waver and put the phone back down. Without the fake marriage ploy, all I am to Lane is a potential employee. I don't think I could stomach having to work with him that way. I go back to my sketch pad, and I am shocked to see what I have been drawing. This is worse than I thought. There is no going forward for me, not as long as I keep sketching things like this. Right there on the page, I have not one, but 6 different sketches of Lane. My heart sinks as I realize just how lost I truly am.
Chapter 25. Lane. Every other time I've made the drive from my place to hers, I never thought about the length of time it takes. 5 minutes? 10? But today, it's an eternity. Every second feels like minutes. I need to get there as fast as possible, but Las Vegas traffic refuses to comply. God damn it! I yell at the yellow light turning red, with a car stuck in the middle of the intersection. Downtown Vegas traffic is a nightmare on a good day. But today, it's a mixture of that dream when I'm falling from the Stratosphere Hotel and showing up to class buck naked. All of that pales in comparison, though, to the thought of Amani being out of my life forever. I can't lose her. I need to make sure she knows. I need to figure out what to say. My mind is too consumed with road rage to think of the right words. Maybe the adrenaline will help. Dude, you're in a left-turn-only lane! Jesus, what are these people thinking? I yell and lightly bang my fist against the dashboard. Calm down, Lane. Calm down. A few minutes don't matter. But when it comes to Amani, every extra second with her is a blessing. I've been hoarding all of the moments I've gotten to spend with her, never fully believing that I'd have to let her go. Today is the day where I do everything I can to make sure I never have to see her walk out of my life. If only I could get there. The words Rashawn said keep ringing in my ear. If she was willing to walk out on you with a threat from me, I guess what you were promising her wasn't worth sticking around for. What had I offered? A job, a fake marriage, a plan to reconcile our two warring families. She deserves for me to offer her the world, Even if I don't deserve for her to say yes, all I can do is try. A car horn blares behind me. Now I'm the one holding up traffic, lost in my thoughts. Once I'm away from the chaos of the strip, I make the run there in record time. I didn't even make sure she was home. What if she's not there? Or worse, doesn't answer the door? Bouquet of flowers in hand, I ring the doorbell. I hear the padding of her feet against the creaky floor. Oh God. Oh God. I can't believe this is the moment that I tell her what I've been keeping inside for months. Really. What I've been keeping inside since we literally crashed into each other the first day. She opens the door, dressed in blue jeans and a top that's knotted at the waist. Every time I see her, I forget how gorgeous she is. I know her features by heart, but somehow, when they're in front of me together, there's a beauty that can't be captured in memory. "What are you doing here, Lane?" she asks me with a deep expression of confusion. "I had to come, Amani. I had to. I have to tell you something I've needed to tell you for a long time, but I've been too afraid to say," I say. She looks worried. Realizing she has her sketch pad in her hand, she instantly closes it. She's still worried about keeping her designs at Jabali confidential. If she's still this distrustful, maybe this won't go over as well as I'm hoping. Only one way to find out. "Is everything all right, Lane?" "No, yeah, just let's sit down." "Okay," she drawls out and takes me to the living room. The floor is papered with design sketches. "I have to tell you something. There's something I haven't told you," I say. She looks afraid to hear what comes next. "Amani, I understand if you can't go through with the wedding. I understand if you can't work at GKD. Anything you need, I want to understand, and I'll always do my best to do just that," I say. "There's something I need for you to know, something I've been holding back for a while." "I'm listening, Lane," she says. "I love you, Amani Thomas. I fall more in love with you every single day. If you wanted the moon, I'd call up NASA. If you asked for the Hope Diamond, I'd get the Smithsonian to negotiate. If you want the company, it's yours. If you want to start a new company together, say the word. You on the design side, me on the business side." "Lane, I love you too," she says. My heart skips. The words I've wanted her to say so badly, which I never thought I'd hear. She loves me. Every step closer to the wedding, it breaks my heart even more to imagine not being your husband, I say. "Me too, Lane. Me too. I thought it was just me." "Both of us," I say and take her hand. "I want one thing. You." I kneel down in front of her. She opens her mouth wide and gasps. "Amani, will you marry me?" Yes, of course, Lane. "I'm so happy, Amani." I bring out a Tiffany box. "You already have a ring, so this isn't that. You can pick one out, though, any kind you want. I have something else for you right now, though. You remember the day when we put the items on our registry? Of course, one of the best days of my life. That's the day I really realized I never wanted this to end. You loved all the gifts, and I wanted you to have something that you'd never have to return, that you could keep, even without a wedding." "So it wasn't actually for Grace," she says with a smile. "No, it was for the woman of my life. It's for the only woman I ever want to be with." Inside the robin egg blue box is a gold bangle studded with diamonds. She recognizes the wheat leaf pattern instantly. "My God! Lane, our China pattern. I can't believe it. You're the only man for me ever. Forever." She leaps down into my arms and kisses me, grabbing my shirt at the neck. I breathe in the warmth of her skin. "Here, see if the bracelet fits," I say. It's perfect on her wrist. It looks like spun honey against her mahogany skin. And like I said, you can pick out any engagement ring you want. We can start over fresh. Make a new beginning. I don't want a new beginning. I love our beginning. We started falling in love when we got engaged. I have so many memories. This is the ring I love. It's perfect, and I would never want anything different. I spin her around and kiss her. We sit, just looking at each other. I stroke her hair and she nuzzles her head into my chest. I feel like I'm where I was always meant to be, Lane, she whispers. Me too, Amani. Me too, I say. It's odd that our parents' animosity was the force that brought us together. Now, it's not just nice for our parents to get along, but imperative. It's not just two kids getting their revenge for their parents' immaturity anymore. It's two families coming together. So, where do we go from here? She asks. With the business, with the wedding already in the works. We'll figure out the details later. The business doesn't matter. Nothing matters but you, I say. Really, it's up to whatever you want to do. If Rashawn won't let you be part of Jabali, but you're still willing to marry me, anyway, I'll do whatever makes sense for you. I've been thinking about that anyway. She sighs. I hate to walk out on my family's business, but it feels like they're freezing me out anyway. If he's going to be such a jerk about all of this, maybe it's okay to just walk away. Let him throw a tantrum. But then I think, this is my family. Am I crazy? No, you're not crazy at all, Amani. You're the sanest person I know. To tell you the truth, that makes me feel better. To know that you think instincts are right. I kiss her. I'm proud of you, Amani. We'll work together no matter what, with or without them, with their companies or with our own. And you'll be a leader, with them or without them. All that matters is that we're together. We're a team, I say. The best team, Amani says. Let's really celebrate, Lane. She pulls me by the arm into the bedroom, looking back at me with her bedroom eyes. We have an unusual story, but it's a story that's ours. And it led to a love that's one of a kind. No one can take it away from us, no matter how hard they try. Although, knowing our parents, they might try pretty damn hard.
Chapter 26. Amani. The light plays on the trellis that I have on my front window. It makes all kinds of shapes on the wall. It is so beautiful, I am trying to capture it in my sketchbook. As I am sketching, there is a knock on my door. I put everything down so that I can answer the door. There, in all her glory, is my mother, the one and only Latia Gardner. She is dressed in bright turquoise and pink, and she looks glorious. Her hair is piled on top of her head, and she is wearing lots of gold jewelry. My mother has her own sparkle, but with all those bright colors and jewelry, she dazzles. Mom, what are you doing here? Amani, you did not sound well on the phone. I'm okay, Mom. She stops and gives me a quizzical look. You actually look terrible, my dear. Are you going to let me in? I step aside so that my mother can come inside. She does and surveys the room. Everything is in disarray. Look at that chalk all over that table and your sketch pad just thrown on the floor. Amani, I taught you better than that. I start picking up things and my mother stands and watches me. When I have cleared off my orange wing chair, she sits down. Now tell me, what's wrong? She is forcing the silence so that I say something. It's not working. I know this trick of my mother's. A few minutes goes by, and I finish picking up my studio living room. Amani, Rashawn is very worried about you. He says that you won't talk to him. Please, Amani, don't behave like a brat. Something in the words my mother is saying and the tone sets me off. Rashawn is lying to you, Mother. He knows exactly why I'm upset. Please, Amani, what is going on? I get up from the sofa and begin to pace. You know very well that Dad has been toying with me. Why are you pretending? I've rung my mother's bell because she opens up her purse and rummages around for a breath mint. She always does this when she is stalling for time. She finds her breath mint tin and opens it. She pops a breath mint in her mouth and puts the tin back in her purse. She lets it sit in her mouth for a few minutes, and then she answers me. Okay, so Rashawn is upset with you. I have no idea why, but I have this sinking feeling it's going to be something that seems perfectly logical to everyone but you. What do you mean by that? My mother sighs. Amani, you know as well as I do that some of your decision-making lately has been questionable at best. You can't blame Rashawn if he said something about Lane you didn't want to hear. Said something about Lane? What do you think is happening, Mom? I don't know. If I did, we wouldn't be going in circles like this. I ponder that for a moment. My mother has no clue. Mom, I am hurt that you let Dad treat me like this. I'm still your daughter, and I can't believe I'm getting frozen out of the family business because of who I love. I get that you don't like Lane, but kicking me out entirely seems a bit much. Can you really not see that? My mother sits up in her chair. What? I'm in love with Lane Keller, Mom. I'm marrying him, whether you guys like it or not. Do your worst. No. She shakes her head, looking stunned. We're having a family meeting. I expect you at the house in 20 minutes. She takes off just a second later. Her car practically flying down the street. For the first time, it hits me that she really didn't know any of it. I can't help feeling like I've unleashed a can of worms, but I'm not even sorry. When I arrive at their house, Mom is already laying into him. If this is how it is going to be, Rashawn, I am done with you. My daughter comes first. What you did is incredibly immature, and I want no part of it. I'm looking out for her, he retorts, his face puffing with anger. It sounds to me like you are overstepping bounds, Rashawn. I can't believe you would treat my business as if it is all yours. You know very well that the design house would be nothing without all my designs and hard work. It is time you realize that. You are right, he admits, almost meek for what a bold man he usually is. I am very sorry, Latia, that I do not give you enough credit for all that you do. You are a vital part of the business. I first came into your life because I hated men taking credit for your success. And here I am, doing the same thing. Of course, you should have a say in everything that goes on. This feud is going too far. You aren't going to take the business away from her because of Lane. Okay. But I still have my concerns. Concerns for my stepdaughter that she is being taken advantage of because of her future inheritance. My mother rolls her eyes. And what are your concerns, Rashawn? I've done everything I did to scare Lane Keller away because I'm afraid that the whole mess Amani has gotten herself into is one big mistake. I still think he might be marrying her for access to our company, and I'm afraid she's going to find herself in quite the predicament when he gets things signed over into his name and then kicks her to the curb. My mom hesitates just a little. And I know that she doesn't completely disagree with him. I don't know how I'm ever going to make them see that this isn't like that, at all. They are making up their own worst fears and looking for proof where none exists to justify their craziness. I'm sure we can find a suitable way to protect ourselves without having to throw Amani out, is all my mother will say. Now, if everyone is in agreement, I need to speak to Amani alone. Dad leaves the room, looking both frustrated and properly scolded. Amani, Rashawn has his faults, but he is a very astute man. He wouldn't be worried for nothing. I know he does outrageous things, but he's doing them out of love, Amani. You can see that, can't you? If Lane really was using you, the fastest way to find out is to take your inheritance out of the equation. He isn't using me, Mom. I explode. Would you guys just get over this already? Nobody is as invested in this stupid fight as the three of you.
Chapter 27. Lane. I never answer calls from numbers I don't know, but my gut tells me I should pick up. It could be a supply chain issue that I need to know before the workday is out. Lane speaking, I answer. Hi, Lane, says a deep voice on the other end. I really hope it's not who I think it is. Hello, I say. Is this who I think it is? I guess that would depend on who you think it is, wouldn't it? I'd recognize that smug tone anywhere. I would have preferred news about shipping delays if given the choice between the two. Rashawn, it's nice to hear from you. I say it with gritted teeth. Future father-in-law Lane, keep your cool. Do it for her, even if he is the lowest kind of bastard, who betrays their own daughter. Always a pleasure, Lane, Rashawn lies. Look, there's an urgent matter. I have to talk to you immediately. Is everything all right? Is Amani okay? She's not hurt, is she? Just come down to Inferno. I'll explain there. It's not something you can say over the phone? If it's that urgent, isn't it better not to bother with leaving the office and driving over? No. It's necessary for you to come down here. I'll see you soon. Click. If there was still any doubt about whether I truly love Amani, this should put that to rest. I am voluntarily accepting an invitation to get lectured by Rashawn Gardner. I'm assuming he can't stand that I won't acquiesce to his pressure to call things off with Amani. Either that or Amani confronted him about how he's been playing her, and he's pissed off at me for letting her know the truth. Regardless, this will be one of the more unpleasant afternoons in recent memory. But she's worth all of it. As I enter Inferno, it suddenly dawns on me that Ration might try to make the club the site of a turf battle. One more casualty of Ration Gardner, my home away from home. Is this man powered by screwing with people? I'm like a lion on alert when I walk in, ready to pounce. But I don't see Rashawn. I go to the bar on one of the lower floors, where Rashawn is more likely to be. He hates hanging out on the floors where non-elites might be. But even down below, Ration is nowhere to be seen. Lord, however, is sitting at the bar, holding court. He's enthralling some of the members with ridiculous stories of wild nights when he was tending bar at Zook. And then Wayne Newton walks in, and one of the girls swears she's seen him before. I mean, who hasn't? He's Wayne Newton. So he's like, well, I'm a musician, so that's probably how you might know my face. All humble. And she goes, yes, that's how I know you. You're Elvis. I knew you weren't dead. Excuse me a moment, I hear him say to the people gathered at his table. He walks over to the bar and sits next to me. Hey Lane, how you been, man? Congrats on the upcoming wedding, he says. Let me buy you a drink. Still working on this one, I say, and shake the lowball glass of Johnny Walker Blue on the rocks. But I'll let you get the next round if Ration keeps me waiting much longer. I'm beginning to think he asked me here for no reason. Is he even here? I just saw him a little while ago. He's here. He'll be out when he's done with Amani. Oh my God. What the hell is Amani doing here? Amani? What the hell is she doing here? I want to see her. Now. I'll tear this place down looking for her if I have to. My adrenaline surges. I need to get to her. Oh crap. The test. Hell. Hey, it'll be okay. If it's real love, there's nothing to worry about with the Inferno test. If she's committed to you, you'll never have to question. And if she doesn't pass, bullet dodged, right? If she doesn't pass, then I'll have to wonder for the rest of my life whether Ration Gardner pulled his usual underhanded tricks. I need to see her. Now. She should be out soon, man. Don't panic. I'm not panicking, I'm freaking out, I yell. I can't believe that idiot is the one who'll be testing my relationship. That seems kind of like against the rules. For someone's stepdad to be doing the relationship test at Inferno? You know how this place works. We don't have those kinds of rules. That's what makes it great. It's called Inferno. Don't say they didn't warn you. My anxiety is taking over all rational thought. I can't think of anything except how much I want to protect Amani and how much I want to strangle Rashawn. Some of the other men come over to try to defuse the situation, but I'm in too much of a panic for anything to calm me down besides seeing Amani and knowing she's okay. Rashawn has hated me forever. I wouldn't put anything past him to stop my wedding to his daughter. How can Inferno just hand him that opportunity on a silver platter? This is bullcrap, you guys. Total and complete bull. It'll be okay. If the club admitted Rashawn as a member, he can't be all bad, Jaden says. Even if you don't get along with each other, you know how the vetting here is. Tougher than the CIA. I also know he's one of the world's great liars, I say. He probably conned the gatekeepers. Speak of the devil, Lord says. Yeah, devil is right, I say under my breath. You made it, Rashawn says. I didn't know if you would show. My blood is boiling. How could he question whether I would come or not when my future wife's stepfather tells me it's urgent? Of course I showed. Where's Amani? Lord told me she's here. I need to make sure she's okay. What are you doing with her? She shouldn't be in the crosshairs here. She's not. At least not for now. I haven't done anything with her. She doesn't know there's anything going on. But that all changes once we start administering the test. No, I don't want that. I don't want her to suffer any more than she already has over all this. If you're truly serious about that, it can be arranged. We don't have to test Amani if you agree to take the test for her. You can save her from it. Yes, anything. I'd rather go up against the firing squad than have her pinned to the wall like an insect on display. You're sure? I just said I'm sure, I say, practically spitting out the words. Tell me what I need to do. Very well. Take a look, he says, and produces a stack of papers. What's this? Read it over and sign it. If you want to sign a marriage license, you have to sign this first. If you're really serious about Amani, it's nothing. I snatch it from his hands and look it over. I can barely concentrate, but I think I form a coherent picture. The upshot. If I want to be with Amani, I have to risk signing away my company. The company my mom built from scratch. Our legacy. I, Lane Keller, agree to transfer ownership of a full year of seasonal lines created by Grace Keller Designs to Jabali Apparel in the event of dissolution of a marriage between myself and Amani Thomas within five years of our being legally wed. Jablani will have sole ownership of the collection and the rights to release the line under its own name. Should aforementioned divorce occur within the 5-year window, the transfer of the fashion line will commence at the start of the next fiscal quarter. This contract is legally binding, irrevocable, and non-negotiable. Should Grace Keller Designs cease to exist, Grace Keller Designs shall give Jabali the equivalent of the profits for the fiscal year during which this contract was signed. I can't believe what I'm reading. More than that, I can't believe I'm inclined to sign it. My mom will kill me. But I'd gladly trade the entire company just to have a chance at a life with Amani. Mom has grown to love Amani too, so I'd like to think that she'd understand. Maybe eventually she'd even forgive me. I'm thinking back to what I said to Amani during the proposal. When I said we'd get married regardless of the company or our parents, I admit I was mainly thinking of hers. Marriage means compromise, though, and it means standing on equal footing as your partner, even if you have to take a step down to make that happen. I'm willing to do anything for her, even estrange myself from the closest person in the world to me besides her, even give up the company that I've given my all for practically half my life. When I think about the worst-case scenario, it doesn't involve losing the company. I can always start another one. If I have Amani working with me, we're bound to succeed. No. The worst-case scenario is the idea of building any kind of life that doesn't have her in it. What good is money or success if I can't share any of it with the person who matters most? I'd rather be begging for cash on the strip than running a billion-dollar company without her. So, Lane, what's your decision? You ready to walk away? I turn to Jeff at the bar. He has a reputation as the best lawyer in Las Vegas and one of the best in the country. Jeff, it's legally binding? Let me see it, Lane, he says, then looks it over. Yup, as good as signing your name in blood. Good, I say, and nod. I take a pen out of my shirt pocket and sign. Now that that's done, Rashawn, I say, let me see Amani.
Chapter 28. Amani. I have no idea why I'm at Inferno. It's one of the weirdest experiences of my life, yet also one of the most mind-numbingly mundane. Dad brought me here for reasons left unexplained, just to leave me with a group of high society wives. For some reason, I am here in a room surrounded by these strangers, only to discover they just want to ask my opinions about fashion. All I know, vaguely, is that it has to do with whether I get to marry the man I love. The high stakes make the uncertainty and tedium even more unsettling. I'm sweating from nerves, despite the fact that they're fawning over me, asking my advice on clothes. I wouldn't be surprised if some of their clothing budgets surpass Jabali's expenditures for the year. That's not even counting accessories. I'm in intimidating company. There's Alana, the wife of a famous movie star. Ebony, a former model married to a NASCAR legend. Erica, an artist married to a cowboy software engineer who probably made a mint in Silicon Valley. Diana, the wife of a billionaire aviation mogul and a businesswoman in her own right. And Kayla, who's married to a former mafioso who made millions in gaming and lending. And I'm their sole focus. I hope they can't tell how nervous I am. Amani, did you catch the Golden Globes? I'm curious what you thought about the outfits there, Alana says. You looked stunning, Alana. You always do. You and Caleb were coordinated so well, but so subtly, not too matchy-matchy. I loved it. You're too nice. I have to hook you up with my stylist. Have you ever thought about that end of the business? I've always had such tunnel vision for design. I really haven't. But working with Lane, I've gotten more perspective on other aspects of the industry. If we start our own venture at some point, styling could be a possibility. Well, whatever you do next, Amani, I want to invest, Erica says. I'm going to hold you to that, I say. You'd better, Erica responds. We all laugh. I sense some awkwardness in them too, like they're trying to prolong the conversation, but know it could end at any moment. I don't know why they're so dead set on keeping me here talking. What sort of stuff do you work on at Grace Keller? Ebony asks. I worked with them a little when I was modeling. Oh, so many things. It's always busy. So it's nice to get out of the office for once, I say, holding up my glass. But can I ask, do you know why it was urgent for me to come today? Not that I don't love talking to all of you. I hope I didn't just stick my foot in my mouth. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to, Erica says. We've all been through it, Ebony chimes in. Just what exactly is it that you've been through? I ask. We call it the Inferno gauntlet. It'll make sense in a few minutes. For now, you're doing great, Alana says. Now I'm even more confused. I didn't know I was even doing anything, much less that it was going great. You worked at your family's company, and now Grace Keller Designs, Kayla says. What's it like to make the shift? I love both, especially being Black-owned and women-owned. Yeah, it's been good. Both are very different companies. It's difficult to focus on the conversation when I have no idea what's happening, with me or with Lane. Is he even here? Maybe just beyond the wall. He's in another private room taking shots and playing pool. Who knows? The fate of our relationship could depend on the outcome of a billiards game, like in a Twilight Zone episode. With this decor, that seems about right. I'll find out soon enough. I ramble on about what it's been like to work at my parents' company, then to work for Lane and his mom, and what it's been like to fall in love there. I talk about the Bloomingdale's pitch. I barely have any idea what I'm saying. I half fear that I'll be stuck in this room forever. Just then, there's a light rap at the door, followed immediately by a man I met earlier named Lord pushing it open. It's done, he says to us. What's done? I didn't realize the test part had already come and gone. If I was confused below, now I'm completely disoriented. Thanks, Lord. But could I ask, done with what exactly? The women suddenly dropped the guard they had up earlier, Erica answers. One of the perks of dating an Inferno member is that when he starts getting really serious about someone, their relationship is literally put to the test. And our test was me talking to you? I have to say, that was the most pleasant test I've ever taken. Lane took the test in your place, Lord answers. Did he pass? I ask. You can ask him all about it, but yes, he passed. I rush out of the room before I realize I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm practically jogging. Lord and the women catch up behind me. Turn right, then left, then through the double doors, Lord shouts out, slightly out of breath from keeping up. I need to make sure he's okay. When I spot him, he's all I see. Lane, there you are. Oh my God. Amani, oh thank God. Then I see who's standing with him. Rashawn. I'm not sure what I want to do more. Throw my arms around Lane or throw a drink in my stepfather's face. Amani, sweetie, Rashawn says. I walk over to Lane and stand close to him. I know where my loyalties lie. Don't sweetie me. What's going on? I don't like the look of this. Dad puts his arm on my shoulder. I swipe it away. I'm just looking out for you, Amani, my baby girl. We do something like a stress test here to make sure relationships are strong. I had Lane sign a contract. A contract? That sounds innocent, I say, dripping with sarcasm. What's in this contract? It's simple, easy. If the two of you divorce within 5 years, Jabali gets the rights to that season's upcoming line, and we can sell it as our own. I'm so angry. I'm not thinking in actual words, just torrents of emotion. This is unbelievable. You have no right, Rashawn. No right. First, you try to cut me out of my own family's company. Now this? I bark at him. Rip it up, now! Honey, you don't have to worry. If you're serious about each other and you're really in love, it won't matter. 5 years is nothing. My marriage is not a business transaction. The man I love isn't a horse you're buying. I want nothing to do with this. If this is what you'd force my life to be, I don't need you in it. You've gone too far. Honey, all of this, I'm doing for you. No, you're not. You're doing it for yourself. First, you poisoned me against Lane and his mom for years, for no reason, and now you want to cheapen my marriage before it's even started? I'm done with your poison. It's a done deal. Lane signed it. Under duress. You can't do a hostile takeover of my life, Rashawn. It's one thing you can't control. Lane's face is blank. He's trying to stay stoic. For my benefit, I'm sure. I know he must feel furious and defeated. It's a testament to his character that he's not lashing out like I am. I stand closer to him and hold him tighter. I can't imagine what it was like, having to weigh his loyalty to me against his mother and the company they built together. This is no test. It's extortion. Rashawn, I didn't think even you were capable of something this low. What would you do if you had to sign this contract to marry Mom? It's different. I am not Lane, and you are not your mother. Damn right we're not. Lane and I have principles. You don't. I take Lane's hand. Lane, let's get out of here. I'm suddenly feeling sick to my stomach. I hope you'll come to your senses, Amani, Rashawn says with a sad, strained look on his face. And I hope you come to your sense of decency, Rashawn, I say. But I'm not counting on it. I suppress angry tears. Lane and I navigate the tunnel-like hallways. We take the stairs to exit as quickly as possible. In his car, I sit on Lane's side, and he holds me in his arms while I cry. The worst part of it, Lane, is that he's probably convinced he's doing the right thing. I know, Amani. I know. That's why I signed. I'll do anything to be with you, even this. To me, it wasn't a choice. I know. That's what's so unfair, I say between sobs. I'm drawing a line with him, Lane. He needs to trust me to make my own decisions. It's my life, not his. There's only one man whose opinion counts when it comes to our marriage, and that's yours. Everyone else can go to hell. I start laughing. What's funny? It just occurred to me that we've just been in hell, so to speak, in Inferno. We were able to get the hell out, but Rashawn is still there.
Chapter 29. Lane. After all the drama Amani and I have been through these past months, we are fatally allergic to drama. And that's a problem because our parents are full of drama-making behavior. I make an executive decision and call all our parents together in one of the conference rooms at the hotel we are having the rehearsal dinner at. Are we doing the right thing, Lane? I know it is going to be rough having all our parents in one room, but we have to get this done if we want our marriage to be successful. But don't you think we are both compromised? What do you mean? We are both dedicated to our own design houses. Yes, but we are going to be a family now and we have to change things. How? We have to separate our relationship and family from our business. Yes, and no matter what, we have to be loyal to each other. I take Amani in my arms and give her a long kiss. I love her so much, and will always be loyal to her only. I want her not just to know this, but to feel it in her soul. Amani and I sit at the head of the conference table in the room together and wait for our parents to arrive. The first ones to get there are Latia and Rashan. Latia is beautiful in a rose gold dress that sparkles. Rashan is in his finest suit. We greet each other and talk stiffly. My mother arrives in a sapphire blue dress that sparkles. Both Latia and my mother have taken the traditional colors of mother of the bride and groom. This tickles me because they are both far from being traditional mothers. Please, everyone take your seats, I say. All three parents take a seat. Surprisingly, my mother and Latia sit on the same side and across from Rashan. I laugh to myself because he is truly in the doghouse. I've asked you here to clear the air about everything that has happened over the past 10 months and everything that led up to that. The three adults look at me and Amani. They have contrite looks on their faces, and this is good news to me. I reach for Amani's hand and she gives it to me. I want the parents to see that we are united. I continue speaking. If you can't get past what has happened, then you don't need to come to the wedding. But the choice is yours. This drama is not coming into the marriage with us. End of story. I scan the three faces looking at me. Rashan looks away from me when I try to make eye contact. My mother and Latia have serious faces. Amani squeezes my hand. I take a moment to let what I have said sink into our parents' minds. The temperature in the room is cold, but the colors in the room are all warm colors: burgundy, gold, and cream. I'm not a designer, but I always pay attention to colors because I have learned they add to the mood of the room. Rashan speaks first. I admit that I didn't trust Lane at all from the beginning, but I have had time to think since the Inferno test. The fact that you were willing to sign it tells me all I need to know. Even if Amani thinks I'm a snake for suggesting it at all, I am convinced now that he genuinely loves Amani, so I give you my blessing. I'm surprised at Rashan's words. I thought he would be the main protester here in this discussion. Rashan continues. The problems between our companies, however. My mother and Latia look at each other. There have been so many issues and actions that have come between them. They have been rivals for years, so long I sometimes wonder if they even remember what they're fighting about. I may be Amani's stepfather, but I love her like she is my own daughter. I want her to be happy. That's all I ever wanted. I know you don't trust me at this point, Lane, but I need you to understand that I couldn't trust you either, and you were asking me to give you my daughter. My mother and Latia nod at Rashan to show they approve of what he has said. Then my mother speaks next. Look, I admit that when Jabali first entered the market as our competition, I was really threatened by Rashan's presence. Latia and Rashan were a team, and I was fighting hard to make it in this industry as a single woman. The idea of losing my place to a man was hard to swallow. My mother looks over to me. I realize that I have a lot to thank Lane for as far as our current success. But when Rashan poached my staff member, it brought up some issues that I have about being a single woman in this industry, about how cutthroat you always have to be, and how no one thinks women have it in them to stand up for themselves. Latia nods her head in agreement with my mother. I totally understand what you're saying, Grace. Rashawn should never have done that. Grace smiles. Thank you, Latia, but I'm also guilty of overreaching. Maybe I got a little too nasty with Rashawn because I thought that was the only way to hold my own and not be pushed around. I can totally relate. I understand what it is like to be a single woman in this industry. I didn't always have Rashawn by my side, you know. I think we have more in common than we let ourselves realize. My mother offers her hand to Latia. I also admit that I was wrong to get upset about the wedding dress. I only have one son and no daughter. Yet I dreamed of the day when I would design a dress for his bride when the day came. My mother and Latia smile at each other and squeeze hands. Of course, I didn't know that my son's bride would be the daughter of another designer. I had no right to be upset. Oh, Grace, I'm sorry too. I should have realized this and we could have worked together. Latia looks like she is ready to cry. Rashawn clears his throat, preparing to speak. I think that we have all come to a joint resolution that maybe it is time to let our rivalries go and quit fighting our way to the top. We're going to be family now. We can't have you kids repeat the same toxic behaviors that we have displayed. None of this is healthy, and it's time to move forward. Yes, Rashawn is right. We don't want that for you anymore, my mom says. We will have grandchildren someday. We don't want to raise them in all this hate and animosity. Amani's parents chuckle at what my mother has said. They obviously like the idea of grandchildren. I look over at Amani and she smiles at me. I can't wait to have children with Amani. It would be great to see our parents working together, for the sake of not only our children, but for us. Grace, I'm so glad that you mentioned this, Amani says. Latia and my mom get excited. Are you pregnant? My mother asks. Amani laughs. No, Grace, I'm not pregnant. Oh, darn, Latia says. We all laugh. It is a good feeling to have laughter in this room. I thought everything was going to end in a hostile fight to the end, but here we are laughing about grandchildren. I think my mission is accomplished. With everything settled, I think we can have the perfect wedding weekend. Let's put this all behind us and just focus on making new, pleasant memories, Amani says. Here, Rashawn says, and the women echo him. I put my arm around Amani as we all file out of the room. I can't wait to see what kind of fantastic memories we're going to make together.
Chapter 30. Amani. I meet my fiancé at the altar on a sultry evening in June. We decided to go with an old suggestion of Caesar's Palace. The plan is to take a few pictures in the gardens, but then retreat to an inner ballroom for the ceremony to escape the heat. I arrive at the casino around noon to help my mother with the preparations, but the team of event planners has the situation well in hand. Still, I offer my services. Is there anything I can do, Mama? Nothing around here. Why don't you go have a look around? You may find the bridal suite of particular interest. Her words are so cryptic. They pique my curiosity. What could be waiting in the bridal suite? I'll have to check that out, I say, wiggling my eyebrows in a conspiratorial fashion. I take a walk through the grounds on my way to the suite. Everywhere I look, there are gazebos, pillars, and pathways festooned with flowers and greenery. Covered archways, limpid pools of turquoise water, and floors covered in mosaic tiles lend a backdrop to our special day. When I approach the bridal suite, I feel the inexplicable need to knock, even though I'm supposed to be the only one here. Something about my mother's words has made me overly cautious. I feel ridiculous rapping on the door to an empty room. But I barely finish my second knock when a voice responds. Come in. I push the door open slowly, peeking around to see what manner of surprise awaits me. The room has all the normal trappings of a regular bridal suite. Mirrors, chairs, a bathroom, dresses hanging on the rack, plenty of electrical outlets and counter space for hair and makeup products. But in the middle of it all is a small woman standing next to a massage table. A question must be forming itself on my face because the woman chuckles. My name is Kia, and I'm your massage therapist this afternoon. I'm dubious. I don't understand. Who? Your fiancé booked me for a 2-hour session, after which I will be followed by nail, hair, and makeup specialists. Only the best for my bride, were his words. You are the bride, aren't you? For the briefest of moments, I think to myself that she should really have led with that question. After hearing the afternoon of pampering I'm in for, I would confirm my identity even if I weren't the bride. You bet I am. My mother comes in and begins bustling partway through my hair session. How's it going? She asks ironically, knowing full well I've never felt so delicious in my life. I groan, wondering if I look like I've melted into a puddle. How did Lane even think of this? She chuckles and shakes her head. You know, I have no idea. Enjoy that, honey. Believe me, if I had thought of it as a possibility on my wedding day, I would have made Rashawn shell out for it in a heartbeat. She sets out my makeup for the artist and hands her things as she asks for them, taking breaks here and there to get dressed and do her own hair and makeup. When I'm finished being primped, she helps me into my gown, shoes, and jewelry. She catches my eyes in the mirror and smiles. My dear, no one has ever looked more lovely in the history of the world. My dress is an off-the-shoulder number. A tulle trumpet design in blush with white lace overlay, cathedral train, and boning to support the low neckline and back. Baby's breath and pearls are woven into my intricately braided chignon, and a drop veil extends along the train. Mother and I had originally chosen higher sleeves, a shorter train, and a more modest neckline. Grace, however, had suggested a more daring approach, cutting deeper V's in the neck and back and adding boning and stays. After our truce was called last week, Mom had met up with Grace to make some alterations so that Grace could feel included in the dress. I must say, the collaboration was worth it. I feel the most beautiful I have ever felt. I was concerned about my heels on the tile, but the chamber orchestra covers the noise beautifully, and that massage has my muscles nice and loose. I will exchange my stilettos for flats at the reception, but for now, I walk with the grace of a goddess. Rashawn meets me at the beginning of the aisle, smiles at me, and I think I see a tear form in his eye as he takes my arm and directs me toward the altar. He lifts the veil and whispers, "I love you," before kissing my cheek and handing me off to Lane, whose eyes are also sheened with mist. I try to pay attention to the preacher's words, but all I can do is marvel at the fact that I get to spend the rest of my life with my best friend. Lane squeezes my hand so tightly, I know that I never want him to let go. The moment I hear the words, "Kiss the bride," come off the officiant's lips, I can't contain my excitement any longer. I throw my arms around Lane's neck, and he catches me with a look of surprise in his green eyes. He smiles just in time to catch my mouth with his, and he pulls me deeper. I know there is nowhere we would rather be right now. We run down the aisle to the cheers of our family and friends, and almost keep running before we realize we should turn back for the receiving line and pictures. By the time we're through, my stomach is threatening to eat itself. We book the water grill for the reception, and the guests meet us there for cocktails and mountains of seafood. "What do you think?" Lane says as we walk in during our introduction. "Wow, I've never seen so much food." Soft shell crab, blue crab, and lobster scuttle in the live tanks that flank the entrance and kitchen. Mussels, scallops, shrimp, and oysters lay in heaps of ice. Silver trays graced with whole salmon, mahi-mahi, and Pacific bluefin tuna perch on every table. Clusters of blush pink roses and sage greenery center every table and pin every drapery. Pink and green ribbons meet where flowers would be too much. Lane's color choices would have fit anywhere, but they go especially well with the hardwoods and water themes of the restaurant. That man always did have an eye for color. We decided not to hold a traditional reception with a head table, but instead have cocktail tables with the food on the perimeter. I sashay among the guests, greeting friends, kissing family, and snagging a shrimp or two from the ice piles. Waiters appear with platters of champagne, calamari, and caviar, whisking away the empties and replenishing the supply in a heartbeat. Lane appears at my elbow, threads his fingers through mine, and brushes my lips with his. Care to dance? I follow him to the patio, where the evening breeze has swept the heat from the air. Understanding that both our tastes in music are somewhat eclectic, we decided on a mixture of genres with only a few of our favorites sprinkled through. Still, the playlist is to die for, and we dance until I think I'll faint. When I start to get unsteady, Lane leads me off to a corner out of sight to have a seat while he gets some food and water. Better? He asks as I chew a few bites. I nod and gulp down some water. Sip, sip, he laughs. But I'm so thirsty. I squeeze the words out past the food, and he laughs harder. You've had over 200 people sucking up all the air around you for the last 4 hours. Take a break and breathe. I look up at him and can't help smiling. What? His brow assumes a quizzical look. Nothing? I just can't believe you're mine for eternity. Did you know you're the sexiest man who ever lived? I laugh as the blush spreads over his cheeks. I love that blush. I don't know about that, he starts, and I squeeze his hand to silence that nonsense. I do. I change the subject before he can protest further. What do you think of today? Honestly, I smile and nod, and he puffs out his cheeks for a second before letting the air out with a whoosh. This is the most fun I never want to have again. I laugh and slap him playfully on the arm. He grins. I'm having a blast. But seriously, I don't think I ever want to be the focus of this much concentrated attention again. I smirk. This from the man who plans fashion events and parties on the regular? He looks shocked. I know. I thought I would handle it better, but I am so freaking tired. I guess at fashion parties, the focus is always the clothing and the results of everyone's work. I can kind of redirect people's attention to that. Now it's just me, and it's exhausting. I can't imagine what it's like for you. I laugh again and shake my head. I think you said it perfectly. The most fun I never want to have again. But I think I can safely say I never want to get married a second time. His eyes sparkle the most beautiful shade of green. Mrs. Keller, I would be honored to spend the rest of my life making that dream come true for you. The only thing I can think to say is the cheesiest, truest thing I've ever said. Mr. Keller, you are my dream come true.
Chapter 31. Lane. That's the last of it, the man says with the clipboard. Could you sign off on the move, Mr. Keller? Gladly, I say. Oh, it's okay. I have my own pen. Amani? She takes the pen and signs. She puts the carbon copy of the moving invoice in an oxblood leather folio, and then sets the pen in the folder pocket. We're going to have it framed and displayed next to the other important keepsakes from the consolidation. Articles of incorporation, architectural plans for the complex, the first prospectus, and photos from the groundbreaking on construction. I never imagined signing an invoice could be romantic, but even the smallest things seem like magic when it means combining my life with Amani's. Finally, Grace Keller Designs and Jabali are all under one roof, I say. All things considered, it's pretty stunning that it only took a year to merge them, Amani says. And surprisingly harmonious, I say. Amani and I take a selfie under the sign gracing the front of the building. Keller Jabali Designs. We're one big happy family now in every sense. Jabali and Grace Keller Designs are still separate entities, just under one umbrella. Jabali is the ready-to-wear, everyday line, and Grace Keller Designs is the high-end fashion house. Separate brands and identities, with a common mission of producing sophisticated fashion that feels effortless to wear. Okay, picture time is done for the day. We have a lot to get done, Lane, Deborah says. First the catch-up with Rashawn, then the meeting with Latia, Grace and Amani over their upcoming design plans. And remember, Lane, you have to be done today right at 5 sharp, Amani says. We have 6 p.m. reservations at L'Atelier at the MGM Grand. It'll be a special night. Ooh, fancy. To celebrate finally finishing the move? I ask. Something like that, Amani says. And Deborah, you'll remind him if he seems like he's about to forget, right? Of course, Amani. We all go up together to the executive suite. The whole company is buzzing with preparation for the summer collection. We split off in different directions. Amani joins Latia and Grace in the executive design suite, and I veer off to the executive meeting room with Rashawn. Rashawn greets me with a hug when I enter the big glass doors. Morning, Lane. Here, I got you a coffee, Lane. I think I have your order down. Macchiato with whole milk, Rashan says. Best stepfather-in-law ever, I tell him. Thanks, Rashawn. This'll make the reports less painless to read. We've blocked off the next hour to read our assistant's reports about the supply chains for materials necessary for the summer line, anticipating any disruptions in production and shipments. We're finalizing the purchasing, and for the first time, we'll be doing it for Jabali and Grace Keller Designs in tandem. I spot Grace and Latia in the corner of my eye, laughing and talking animatedly while they examine sheets of paper, bending over the desk with pencils in hand. Amani is deep in focus on something else, looking up at them every once in a while to say something. Once we're done with the reports and finalize a plan for next steps, Rashawn and I join the other 3 executives in their adjoining suite. They're laughing so hard they don't even realize it first when we walk in. That pencil skirt is gorgeous, Grace. I would just add a little slit right there. You know what it feels like in a short skirt when there's not a lot of space to move, Latia says. Yeah, like a stuffed sausage bursting from the casings, Grace says, and they both laugh. I'll update the drawing. Great call, as always. Hello, fam, I say as I enter. Even something as small as a mid-afternoon meeting has the feel of a reunion when the 5 of us are all together now. I still remember that tense conversation a year ago when we decided uneasily to try to put our feud behind us and how pessimistic we were. It's a good thing we didn't take bets on it, I joke with them, because all of us would have been out a lot of money. It's better than I could have ever imagined. We have the summer lines for Jabali and GKD ready, if you want to see them, Latia says. Amani has been working on the children's fashions for Jabali for the summer, and she has those ready too. We just gave her our notes on it and they look fantastic. Sure, we'd love to take a look, although you know that we don't need to. We're responsible for the business side of things, but when it comes to design, you're our boss, Rashawn says. The theme is unity through individuality, Latia says. We came up with it together, and of course, Amani was huge in making sure it translated through every aspect of the line. Oh, Mom, you're too sweet, Amani says. You're just saying that because I'm your daughter. Oh, no, she's not. You really are that good, Grace says. Is it any wonder? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. In the past, whenever I heard that expression about the Gardner family, it was implied that the trees were sick and the apples tainted. But now, it's a healthy family tree that holds all of us. And here are the drawings for the children's line, which I think is incredibly innovative, Grace says. Lane, Rashawn, look at this. The clothes are simple, but with little flourishes and details that transcend ordinary children's clothes. Extra gathering on the sleeve of a girl's blouse, an embroidered dinosaur on the pocket of a pair of boy shorts. Isn't it stunning? Latia says as she passes the designs across the blonde wood table. Rashawn gushes over them, and I can tell it's genuine. Even if he were capable of feigning appreciation, which he isn't, it would never even occur to him that he should. Amani, these really are beautiful. It's so uniquely you, too, I say. I can't believe how talented my wife is. She shoots me a smile of pure happiness. You know, I've been thinking, Grace says. You're at the highest echelon, Amani. Whether it's everyday wear or runway styles, you're the best there is. I think maybe it's time you headed up a collection all your own. You could run all of spring and just tell us what you want done. You can handle it. I completely agree, Latia says. Sometimes when we're brainstorming, you'll have an idea that literally will make my jaw drop. I look over at Rashawn and he's nodding. My face hurts from smiling so much. Then I look at Amani and I'm shocked. She looks uneasy for some reason. I hope it's not that she's thinking of leaving or that she doesn't see herself doing this. I hope she wasn't offended by anything they said. "What do you think, Amani?" Grace asks. "If you want to think about it, that's fine. I know it's a big suggestion and a lot of responsibility." No, it's not that," Amani says. "I just think I need to wait a little bit longer." "Why, sweetie? You're so good. I think you can handle it," Rashawn says and puts his arm around her. "Never doubt yourself. I'm so glad you all believe in me. I'm so happy here. It's just that—" "What, honey?" Latia says. "I wouldn't want to start thinking about anything like that until after the baby comes," Amani says. My heart is leaping for joy. It takes a few seconds for the rest of me to catch up. The mom starts screaming in chorus. "Oh my God, Amani!" Amani looks in my direction. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I just found out. I was going to tell you at dinner tonight, but I just couldn't hold it in," she says. I run over to her and lift her in the air to kiss her. "Oh, oops. Sorry, I should be more cautious," I say. No, it's fine," she says, laughing. "I'm not a porcelain vase. I'm still the same Amani." "Thank God for that," I say and kiss her again. The moms are still cooing over the news, but in typical fashion, they've immediately seized on all the planning opportunities. Oh, and we can plan a shower and help her pick out things for her registry and a sip and see. "Here we go again," I whisper into Amani's ear. "But think about how much better it will be now that they don't hate each other anymore," she whispers back. Rashawn is just as ecstatic. "We just finished consolidating into an empire, and now we can grow into a fashion dynasty," he says. "Just imagine how much talent this tiny little baby will have in its little finger." Whoa, let's slow down," Amani says. The room turns silent. Rashawn has a sheepish look on his face. "For all we know, this baby could be a cowboy, or a nurse, or an astronaut," Amani continues. "And no matter what, we will support this child's dreams. No matter what, our love will be unconditional." "Of course we will, Amani. You're absolutely right. No matter what, my grandbaby can count on their grandpa." "And their grandmas," Grace says. "And their parents," I say, then kiss Amani yet again. We may be a hard-headed bunch, and not always the easiest people, but when it comes to this baby, there isn't a family who could give more love than us.